Chapter 176, Chapter 173 A Celestial's Armor, Central Energy Institute. In front of Namor and Sebastian Shaw, there was a giant island, similar to Atlantis. There were huge buildings on it. But, unfortunately, the magnificent palace had long since collapsed into a crumbling ruin, deep in the ocean. Only a few dozen sturdy stone pillars remained standing. They were the pillars of Hercules, which could trigger a defensive shield to defend against external enemies. After tens of thousands of years and repeated erosion by the cold sea water, the engraved metal circuits and patterns on the surface had become indistinct and unrecognizable. This used to be the largest and most magnificent city in the land world. At its peak, tens of millions of people lived on the island until the day of destruction. Its name has long been lost in history, even in ancient books, so the Atlanteans called it the Lost City. Namor walked down the lowered ramp from the cockpit, followed by Sebastian Shaw in his breathing equipment. The latter was wearing suit-like armor, and a translucent energy field was opened around it to resist the terrible water pressure from all sides. The two successfully set foot on the giant island and moved forward to the city's inner ring. In ancient Atlantis, the architectural style was very atmospheric, similar to the ancient Greek style. Most of them adopted huge stone pillars and ornate reliefs, with spacious space and good views. The architectural layout paid attention to distinct classes, like concentric circles with one layer nested on top of another. The inner circle was a temple dedicated to the gods and the circle of noble people. The outer layers were civilians and freemen. Also, due to the different classes, there were strict regulations on building height. The farther inside, the larger the ruins would be. There were towering lighthouses that had collapsed and solemn temples with gold and silver gildings. It wasn't difficult to see that Atlantis did have its peak. It was a prehistoric civilization that ruled the earth together with the Lemurian civilization. Unfortunately, before Atlantis could embark on their great journey to the stars, they didn't even make it out of the novice village before they were dealt with a devastating blow by the Celestials, a group of top-tier big boys. In the end, they had no choice but to delete the account and start over, changing from a land-based civilization to a marine civilization. What's that? As they went deeper and deeper, many large sea creatures made waves and lurked in the shadows. Sebastian was a little nervous. The deep sea wasn't his main battlefield. If they encountered an enemy, Namor might not be able to protect him. The guardian of the lost city. This is their territory now. We are intruders. Namor waved his hand, indicating to Sebastian that there was no need to be nervous. As the king of Atlantis, he could communicate spiritually with marine life. Namor's mouth soundlessly moved as if he were saying a mouthful of incantations. The invisible waves spread out along the sea. Guru. Guru. A few moments later, the beast in the lead exhaled a series of air bubbles as if in response. Then, they seemed to regain their calmness and retreated to their dark nests. The ultimate weapon is located in the underground corridor. The previous kings of Atlantis never thought of using it and thought it would never be used again. So, they sealed it in the lost city and left it to be guarded by sea creatures. Namor took Sebastian to the largest ruin in the city. This was once the supreme temple dedicated to the god of the sea. Now it was deserted, hadn't seen any visitors for a long time. I'm forced to do this. I hope the forefathers of Atlantis and my mother would understand. After comforting himself, Namor started the mechanism. Rumble. The ground was shaking. The ground of the highest temple slowly sank. The sound of gears clenching and machinery rotating all together turned into a booming concerto. The sea became turbid all of a sudden, and a large amount of mud and dust was stirred up, forming numerous small whirlpools. The still-standing pillar of Hercules moved its position and struck the last note. The ultimate weapon, sealed in the underground corridor and unseen for tens of thousands of years, was finally exposed to the eyes of the two men. Sebastian's eyes were wide open, holding his breath. He was shocked by this huge machine. The seamless metal shell revealed a cold, hard, solid feeling. Roughly estimated, it was about 2,000 feet, over 600 meters. If it were placed upright instead of lying on the ground, it would be half as tall as the Empire State Building in New York. A giant weapon of this size was incredible. Is this a planetary weapon? Sebastian took a deep breath. His voice seemed a little stuffy because he was wearing the breathing equipment. Yes, this is the continental shelf oscillator. A terrible existence that could destroy the world. Naima nodded vigorously. Is this a planetary weapon? Luke, who was far away in Ellis Island, was shocked and rarely lost his cool. The look on his face, as if he wanted to blurt out the phrase "shit" out. That's because Luke knew about this thing. Or, to be more precise, he saw it in the comics before crossing. That's it. Although I didn't witness the glorious history of tens of thousands of years ago, Comitage has records of the continental shelf oscillators. It's consistent with those described in the book. The Ancient One nodded and confirmed. As an observer of the timeline, she also had limits. The Sorcerer Supreme used the Eye of Agamotto to trace back to the oldest era, at the final battle between the Dark Elves and Asgard. It was the most turbulent time in the Nine Realms, and Odin, the All-Father, the King of the Gods, hadn't succeeded the throne. The leader of Asgard was his father, King Bor. The Celestials destroyed the two major civilizations, Atlantis and Lemuria, which was a special period. There were endless kinds of ancient gods. It could be described as having all-fathers everywhere. He wasn't a single cosmic dimension god. He would be embarrassed to greet people when he goes out. Even the Sorcerer Supreme had never ventured into the ancient times when the Eternals and the Deviants, the ancient gods, and the primitive humans lived together. But this is the armor of a Celestial. Luke was silent and thought to himself. The Celestials are one of the first intelligent races born in the universe and are an unknown immaterial conscious energy being with no specific shape or appearance. Therefore, they all wore giant armor made of metal. The most common image of the majestic being was a steel form over 2,000 feet tall. Luke was impressed by this, so when he saw Naima open the mechanism and take out the ultimate weapon, he immediately recognized that it was not a continental shelf oscillator at all. But when you think about it, the Atlanteans weren't wrong. It had the terrifying power to sink continents and destroy planets. After all, each Celestial possesses the power that went beyond the level of the All-Father. If released, not to mention the North American continent, even the Earth would suffer. Master Ancient One, do you know how to operate the planetary class weapon? Luke couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth, admiring the brains of the Atlanteans for using a Celestial's armor as the ultimate weapon. Its real function should be to prevent cosmic energy from leaking out and causing unpredictable and terrible effects. In ancient times, Atlantis had a good understanding of how to use the energy of the universe. Like an encyclopedia with rich knowledge, the Ancient One casually said, they have developed a brand new energy system, which uses unknown substances similar to crystal glass to absorb solar energy. In the Lost City, you can see, there used to be a solar palace in the inner ring, which is the central energy source of Atlantis. Hearing this, Luke's eyes lit up. Absorbing solar energy. It's not a coincidence. Comment. 13 comments. Vote. Chapter 177, Chapter 174 The World, 9 seconds. Extra chapter. Looking at Luke with bright eyes, the Ancient One ruthlessly broke the other's fantasy. Atlantis submerged from the surface of the land for nearly 10,000 years. The center of energy source was once built and has long since been reduced to rubble and destroyed. The Sorcerer Supreme's blow didn't make Luke feel depressed. He waved his hand to show that it wasn't a big problem. If they could get specific blueprints or related technologies from Atlantis, Howard could completely duplicate one. He believed that his genius brain was enough to ignore the existence of technical barriers. So, how is Namor going to start it up? Luke frowned slightly and thought of this problem. The height of the giant armor was equivalent to that of 2 Empire State Buildings. Even though it was different in materials, it couldn't be compared with reinforced concrete. But no matter how you say it, the weight wasn't far off. Namor won't be able to carry this big guy. This is why I have waited until now. The Ancient One shrugged her shoulders and frankly said, I'm curious too, so I wanted to know the answer. I thought you had everything under control, so there was no hurry. Luke subconsciously wanted to spit. Compared with the harsh and rigid image of the Sorcerer Supreme in the comics, this one seemed to be much more cheerful, somewhat informal, free, and relaxed. The Major General's attitude had changed from awe and respect at the beginning to relaxed and calmness. As a Sorcerer Supreme, I have read many books, seen many things, and experienced wonderful things that many people have never experienced in their whole lives, but I'm not an omniscient and omnipotent God. The Ancient One was very honest and confidently said, besides, knowledge is a part of life, a way of looking at everything in the world. Not an ornament for a lofty image, an arrogant reason for superiority. There is no shame in not knowing the answer to a question. Worthy of the title Sorcerer Supreme, your ideological level is different from ordinary people. Luke quipped insincerely. If it was the father and son of the Stark family, especially Iron Man, who was cursed by knowledge. They distinguished between ordinary people and geniuses by their ability to communicate normally with them. For example, when talking about nuclear submarines, Captain America expressed his confusion. According to Howard's judgment, the guy could only be classified into the primate group. This included the generals of the Department of Defense, the Pentagon's military leaders, and all the ordinary people who couldn't comprehend a bit of simple physics. As the Invisible Woman said about Mr. Fantastic, the best way to get the attention of a genius nerd was to talk to him about quantum mechanics. Then, Master Ancient One, are you going to open a portal and let me get rid of those 2 unlucky guys who think they haven't been discovered yet? Luke rubbed his hands as if he couldn't wait. That's a good idea. The Ancient One nodded in agreement. The world's disputes were left to Shield. She was merely a spectator and incidentally could join in the fun a bit. Staying in Comatage all day long in the isolated world, dealing with Dormammu from the dark dimension to collect debts, was quite boring. And the young Major General was good at giving people something interesting to watch. It's just. The Ancient One paused, looked at the giant 2,000 feet armor in the picture, and asked curiously, when Namor starts the ultimate weapon, can you dispose of it quickly? The workings of the continental shelf oscillator is probably to consume matter at an alarming rate, thus forming a giant void and releasing energy immediately afterward. According to the ancient records from Kamataj, the whole process will last for 4 hours and can't be stopped. Luke raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and then asked, "So how long is the interval from activation to operation?" He seemed to understand why the Atlanteans would use a celestial's armor as a so-called continental shelf oscillator. By creating a large-scale gravitational field to absorb matter and then releasing it violently, an unimaginable explosion was formed, and sinking the North American continent wouldn't be a hard thing to do. Moreover, the seismic reaction could create an amplification phenomenon similar to the reverberation effect resulting in extremely serious earthquakes and tsunamis. I can imagine it being used like this. Luke's mind shifted, and he couldn't help but be impressed by the imagination and creativity of the Atlanteans. Or perhaps this was the correct way to use it. Less than 10 seconds. The Ancient One answered. With the eye of Agamotto's ability to rewind, she wasn't worried about any horrible consequences that would be difficult to put an end to. Now that Luke won the bet, he was qualified for further study in Kamataj. In addition, after this incident, Temple of the Three might have a degree of cooperation and communication with SHIELD. The Ancient One thought it was necessary to give this Major General some tests. "I have a bold idea." After a moment of thought, Luke looked at the Blade Master in the suit and tie. The corners of his mouth picked up a smile. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 178, Chapter 175 The World, 9 seconds. 2. Another extra chapter. WTH is going on. Do you want to switch it on right now? Namor stood in front of the so-called ultimate weapon as small as an ant. If he hadn't known how to use it, he would have looked like Sebastian Shaw, like an ant surveying a giant whale, not being able to do anything about it. Don't be so eager. The consequences caused by the continental shelf oscillator are extremely serious. We should summon a group of righteous people in advance. Let them board Noah's Ark before cleansing the sinful world, just as God sent the flood of destruction. Sebastian rolled his eyes. His idea was to gather enough mutants to hide in a safe place. Then, with Namor's help, send a warning to the world. If the negotiation were unsuccessful, they would use the continental shelf oscillator to sink the North American continent. Having seen a fraction of the power of a planetary weapon, it was only natural for humans to feel fear. This was just like what happened with the Third Reich, which took over the European countries using blitzkrieg, establishing the Axis as a centralized power. Sebastian thought he would do a better job than the Fuhrer, who didn't have such a great weapon as a continental shelf oscillator at his disposal. Bring it back. Namor looked at the massive and cold weapon and pulled out a 6-sided translucent crystal from his pocket. This was the key to starting the continental shelf oscillator, which could stimulate the energy system inside. After that, he would be able to pilot this ultimate weapon like a spaceship. After a few minutes, the giant armor, which was lying motionless, glowed with soft light. The energy started to flow along the circuit and was about to be successfully powered. Just when Namor was excited, a spark of magic suddenly appeared in the deep, dark depths of the sea. Zzzz. Zzzz. As if cutting through space, invisible waves ripple slightly as the circular passage slowly opens. Are you both surprised? Luke smiled as he stepped out of it, turning on his bioforce field to discharge the coming sea water. The terrifyingly powerful water pressure imposed an invisible weight on him. From all sides, it squeezed and pounded every fiber of muscle. The Major General remained calm and comfortable, not feeling the slightest bit of pressure. "We finally met, Mr. Shaw." Looking at the dumbfounded Sebastian Shaw and the shocked Namer, Luke smiled kindly. "Life always has its ups and downs, and a fall just before success is the worst feeling, isn't it?" "I didn't tell anyone." Namer's eyes were filled with confusion as he subconsciously looked at Sebastian Shaw. He couldn't figure out how Superman appeared. The other party should be in Liberty Island at this time. If there was a mole, excluding himself, it could only be Mr. Shaw. Sebastian also looked at Namer with suspicion. This guy had always been unreliable, he might have leaked information. "I'm in a hurry, so I'll settle the old scores with you two later." Luke didn't bother to say much and lifted his right arm. Around his wrist was a ring of emerald green light woven into a circle. "Smash the world." T-note: Luke is invoking Dio's the world, a Chinese meme from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. He shouted silently. The second the thought occurred, the flow of time stopped. Under the deep sea, on this giant island, it looked as if someone had pressed the pause button. Even the water was frozen in place, not to mention Namer and Sebastian Shaw. They stood there like realistic statues, frozen. The expressions on their faces reflected shock, confusion, and a hint of fear. Luke took a step, and the bioforce field unfolded completely, trying to wrap the celestial armor lying across the island, covering half of the cities in a ring. "It's not that wide, but it's enough." Luke stretched out both arms, propped them upward, and held the giant armor steady on his shoulders. 1. He counted down silently. Time was suspended for only 9 seconds. If Namer and Sebastian Shaw were allowed to resume their actions, they wouldn't sit idly by while celestial armor was taken away. 2. Luke's arms swelled with muscles, and his veins popped up. His tall body was like an erupting active volcano, gushing out a terrifyingly powerful force. Boom, boom, boom. Clear cracks appeared on the ground, spreading like cobwebs. 3. Luke's foothold caved in. Only the giant armor was still standing still. After the second card upgrade, his power was growing at an alarming rate every day. Before, he could only push the aircraft carrier. Now, he could lift it with one hand. This shows how fast the Superman card had grown. The scariest part was that this was far from Luke's limit. Now, he tried his best to lift this giant armor. 4. 5. 6. 7. As far as Luke was concerned, he had never felt that the flow of time would be this slow. Every muscle fiber was being squeezed out of strength, and the solar energy accumulated in his body poured out like a flood that broke the dam. The terrifying force even formed a gravitational field similar to that of a celestial body, tugging at the frozen sea water. "Get up!" At the 8th second, the giant armor finally moved. Due to the suspension of time, the dust wafted slowly, and the sea water around it was stirred like a semi-solidified liquid, showing a strange visual phenomenon. The magic sparks were beating, and a circular passage that was enough to accommodate the giant armor was quickly opened. With droplets of sweat pouring from his forehead, it was as if Luke was on the verge of his limit, struggling to lift the enormous armor, which was incredibly heavy. With every step, the earth wailed. 9. Time flowed again. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The deep and dark seabed looked as if it had just experienced a terrible earthquake. The island roared, and vast ruins collapsed. A violent upwelling of dust, water stirring violently as it moved after freezing. Namer and Sebastian Shaw, who had regained their ability to think, gazed blankly at the open space in front of them. Where's the ultimate weapon? How could such a massive planetary weapon disappear? Binge. Get access to 40+ privilege chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 37 comments. Vote. Chapter 179, Chapter 176. Iron-headed teammate, Neymar's back breaking. What happened? On Neymar's head, a series of question marks appeared. He hadn't figured out the situation yet, let alone realize that he lost 9 precious seconds in his tragic and short life. It's possible that Superman is behind this. We may all be compromised. Sebastian frowned and found that things weren't simple. The grim and nasty face showed a look of shock. He was more experienced than Neymar. He quickly perceived that something was wrong. The clear picture remembered in his mind, as if a paragraph had been deleted, couldn't connect at all. At the last moment, Superman suddenly appeared and raised his right arm. The next second, the other party disappeared, and the continental shelf oscillator vanished into thin air. This was too bizarre. It's like someone stole everything that happened during this time from them. Your Majesty, let's leave as soon as possible. Sebastian was clear-headed and immediately persuaded Neymar to run away. Although he didn't know where the giant planetary weapon went. But one thing was certain, even if he joined hands with Neymar, he might not be able to stop Superman's attack. Especially in the deep sea, Sebastian wore a diving suit and had difficulty moving. There was no real strength to show. Once fighting broke out, Neymar might not be able to protect him. Therefore, Sebastian subconsciously proposed to retreat. Anyway, preserving his own life was more important. This was his way of being secure. Just abandon the ultimate weapon of Atlantis. How could the young and energetic Neymar understand Sebastian's bizarre and prudent ideas? Mr. Shaw, we can't escape anymore. It's time to summon up courage and face the threat of Superman. He is indeed the most powerful land person I have ever seen, but you are not inferior to your opponent, the Black King of the Hellfire Club, an alpha-level mutant. Together with the royal bloodline of Atlantis, a mutant who is also alpha-level, a strong combination. Won't we be able to resist Superman? He is not a god. Sebastian looked at Neymar, who was in the heat of the moment, and laughed a little. At this moment, his mood was extremely complicated. When confronted with Neymar's questioning, Sebastian was eager to enlighten him. Last time, you held a golden trident and summoned the Kraken, but you failed to defeat Superman. Now that you are unarmed and have no other cards at hand, you want to deliver your head to the other party. Why did I choose such a muscle-brained idiot as an ally? Sebastian had a bitter feeling in his heart that he couldn't say. Currently, they were the odd couple without any tacit understanding. Clearly, one side had already said that it was necessary to go back to the city, replenish their condition and then come back to fight a later day. But the iron-headed teammate beside him wanted to force his way through the tower in front of him, ready to take on a wave of the well-developed squad with only a few pieces of basic equipment. If he used his head a little, he would know that nothing good awaits. Your Majesty, we... Sebastian was trying to explain with a few words but saw the magic sparks jump endlessly. The Sorcerer Supreme, far away in Ellis Island, was like an excellent assistant, cutting the space and opening the passage in time. I think I heard someone mention my name behind my back. Luke returned to the lost city of Atlantis with a gentle smile on his lips. The giant armor left by the Celestials was temporarily thrown aside by him. On this planet, he was sure that no one else could move it except for him. Magneto. He was still an orphan who had just lost his parents. Captain Marvel. The Cold War hadn't even started yet. Project P.E.G.A.S.U.S hadn't even formed a shadow. Long time no see, Your Majesty. Luke looked at the angry and hot-blooded Namor. He had no intention of talking nonsense and directly extended his right hand. His palm spread out and hooked it forward. Obvious provocation. It's time to settle the score between us. Namor never had complicated thoughts. When he encounters a problem, he will lead with his fist and rush to finish it. At least he was the king of Atlantis. But, unfortunately, he wasn't as steady as Sebastian, nor could he swallow his anger. Boom! In Namor's heart, there was a burning will to fight. With a heavy stomp of his foot, gravel splashed from the densely cracked ancient island floor. A powerful punch, straight to Luke's face. For Namor, the seabed was his main battlefield. The terrible water pressure and water flow hinders movement and slows down speed. To Namor, who is the descendant of the royal family of Atlantis, they weren't burdens at all. On the other hand, Superman needed to turn on the bioforce field at all times to resist water pressure and divert water flow. Therefore, compared with the battle over the Atlantic Ocean, he had the more geographical advantage this time. Bang! Luke didn't panic, the bioforce field was in full swing. The whole person was like a small celestial body, emitting a terrifying aura. The footing collapsed and shattered, debris floated, and the dust rolled. Namor's fist hadn't approached Luke yet, it seems to have hit an iron wall. The surging recoil force spread along his arm and all over his body. Namor felt as if he had been punched by himself. His whole body felt sore. For a while, it was extremely painful. Your Majesty, how long has it been since I saw you? The gap between us seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Luke, the villain, inflicted physical damage on Namor and carried out a mental onslaught. The full-scale bioforce wrapped around Namor in a rigid state. The latter instantly felt as if he was in a sticky swamp with heavy shackles on his back. Compared to Superman's straightforward, rampage fighting style. After Luke upgraded the card, he focused on developing skills. However, he grouped the basic operation of shaving with heat vision for the time being. Boom! Luke's right leg kicked Namor's chest. Like a cruise missile was exploding. The terrifying force ripped through the dense muscles that could block bullets and crushed the steel like hard bones. Crack! The unmistakable sound of bones shattering. Namor, like a solid shell with sufficient strength, flew backward with a jerk. A few threads of crimson blood flowed in the turbulent water. Namor, whose sternum had collapsed and who was vomiting blood, crashed through the ruined buildings one after another, shaking up a huge cloud of dust. Luke cracked his neck as if he had finished warming up. Boom! There was another explosion. Luke was like a jet plane launching from a catapult, with a bioforce field to disperse the raging sea water. With just a few sprints, he approached Namor, who was struggling to get up in an instant. Those brick columns that survived from ancient times, like paper, were all smashed into rubble residue. Unlucky guy, you think Sebastian Shaw considers you as a compatriot. Luke stomped his foot down and trampled Namor, who had risen to his feet, right back down. The giant island of the lost city rumbled and shook. Huge sea animals dormant in the darkness, like frightened birds, jumped out in droves. The only thing he would ever let you do was to let you take the blame and the trouble, while the Hellfire Club and he hid behind the scenes and watched the situation unfold. Luke picked up Naima, who had been knocked to the ground by several punches with one hand, and a trace of coldness flickered in his eyes. He whispered, "You have lost the trust of your people, lost the glory of a king, and will soon lose your future." He raised the unresisting Naima with both arms and lifted his knees upwards. Bane skill card, back-breaking expert. Read 40+ chapters in advance. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Comment. 31 comments. Vote. Chapter 180, Chapter 177 Avalanche, no one can save it. Crack. A harsh noise sounded. Bane's skill card, which hadn't been used for a long time, was finally applied to Naima. It can also be said that this seeking in the Marvel world had experienced what happened to Batman from the studio next door. Naima made a terrible cry. He could feel the spinal column supporting his back breaking. It was as if his whole body was forcibly folded in half. The pain was so terrible that it instantly exploded in his brain. His chest collapsed like the wind was knocked right out of him. Naima spurted blood while suffering from the terrible pain that spread throughout his body. The fierce battle spirit originally ignited in his heart disappeared instantly as if it was splashed with cold water. Our grudge is settled. Throwing down Naima, Luke spoke without expression. At this moment, he didn't feel the need to justify his actions or say any grand words that would gain him the moral high ground. Compared to those villains and evildoers, the only difference between Luke and them was that he had a clear understanding of himself. "I'm not Clark Kent, and I'm not going to be a bright lighthouse shining on the world. Because that comes at a huge cost, even a sacrifice when necessary." Luke thought silently. Expecting a passerby with Superman powers to quickly become a hero for justice like Superman was unrealistic. What's more, he was a pragmatist. He always believed that outstanding villains were always much more efficient in their work than superheroes. The latter would always encounter insurmountable dilemmas similar to the trolley problem and thus fall into the repetitive questioning of their morality. This was their greatest weakness. Why couldn't Batman beat a clown? That's just because he didn't want to lower his moral boundaries and allow himself to slip down to the same level as his archenemy. Gamblers with the same chips, equal abilities, and rules would always lose to unscrupulous speculators. Luke believed that if the clown were locked up with the Punisher, it would ensure that Gotham's prince of crime would be restrained a bit. "So, to deal with a guy like you, sometimes you have to use someone like me." The Major General smiled lightly and looked down at Naima, who lost even worse than last time. "Ho ho. I never thought I would lose to a land dweller twice." Naima hissed and fell to the ground, unable to stand up. In the Atlantean tradition, the loser's life should be left to the victor. "Come on. Send me back to the embrace of the god of the sea." Perhaps the obvious stabbing pain that went deep into his bones made the young king of Atlantis gradually get rid of the Juani thoughts in his brain. He tried to hold his head high and close his eyes. He is making a solemn and stirring expression, ready to die bravely and meet his death. At this time, Naima finally looked like the king of a country. "The personal vendetta between us has been settled," Luke said meaningfully. "As a major general of the land world, if I personally kill the king of Atlantis, wouldn't it be the same as actively causing a war between the two worlds?" Naima opened his eyes and asked with some doubts, "Are you going to let me go? This isn't how Superman does things." After several contacts, he probably knew this Major General's true face. What pacifists? What war hero? That's all propaganda. The other party carried coldness and indifference in his bones, never leaving his enemies intact. Namer Mackenzie, you are now under arrest for attempting to destroy the world, destroying the diplomatic relations between Atlantis and the land world, and attempting to launch a civil war, causing a massacre on a very large scale. Luke, like an impartial judge, counted Namer's crimes and finalized the conclusion. What awaits you will be the joint trial from Atlantis and the land world. You fucking bastard. I will not be judged. I am the king. Namer vomited a mouthful of blood and glared at Superman, who looked down on him. He was under the illusion that Luke was ready to let himself go out of respect for the lifelong arch-rival. As a result, he was instantly mercilessly beaten in the face by the other party. Bam! Bam! Luke spread out his hands and seriously said, no matter whether you fail or make mistakes, you must be punished. It makes sense, doesn't it? Ignoring Namer's resentment, he snapped his fingers and shouted into the air, Master Ancient One, Master, open the door, please. When his voice fell, a spark of magic cut through space. Namer, whose spine was broken and couldn't get back up, vanished and was thrown away by the Ancient One. One done, one to go. Luke rubbed his fist, and he looked toward where Sebastian Shaw was once more. Namer was a top player with a high level of attack and hit points. So naturally, there was no room for resistance when he ran into Superman, who was a few steps ahead of him. But that Hellfire Club's Black King was different. The energy absorption, and ambient energy conversion, belonged to the tricky type that became more and more violent. In the original timeline, Magneto and Professor X joined forces and defeated him when he was unprepared. Where is he? Luke swept past with supervision but didn't find Sebastian Shaw. His gaze was like a radar, enveloping the lost city, not even missing the smallest aperture. Ran away. Master Ancient One, please open another door. Luke didn't panic, he had the strongest assistant on Earth, the Sorcerer Supreme. When the full map view was opened, no matter where Sebastian Shaw escaped, he could catch up. Hearing Luke's call and witnessing everything with the window of the world's Sorcerer Supreme opened the path quite cooperatively. I had no idea that Sebastian Shaw was also associated with her. The Ancient One, who stayed on Ellis Island, lamented. She made use of Temple of the Three's space-time control to achieve ultra-long-range spell casting to open the door for Luke with ease. Dark Priestess, Selene. She also joined the Hellfire Club. London, England. Sebastian, who fell awkwardly on the carpet, quickly took off his heavy diving suit. At this time, he was in a villa in the metropolitan area. From the deep Atlantic Ocean to London, it was no wonder that Luke couldn't find him with his supervision. Go and inform Mr. Essex. Superman defeated Namer and will probably continue to hunt me down. Therefore, we must find a way to solve this problem. Sebastian was nervous and completely lost his usual calm demeanor. Namer had already suffered from the pain of his broken back, and he didn't want to follow in his pawn's footsteps. If not for the early opportunity to see the signs of defeat in his teammate and hasten to call for help, he would have been pushed to the ground and thrashed by Superman. Superman! How did you get in his way? A feminine voice with a hint of charm echoed in the room. The helper who saved Sebastian Shaw was an enchanting woman sitting on a high-back chair. She had waist-length black hair and was draped in a vintage robe. The way she moved her hands exuded an amazing allure. Selene. The Black Queen of the Hellfire Club. Also, a powerful witch. Essex is too busy working on his clone technology to help you with your problem. Selene, the Black Queen, covered her mouth and smiled lightly, not afraid of angering Sebastian Shaw. By the way, Shaw, this rescue isn't free assistance, remember to pay a reasonable reward. The Essex in her mouth was none other than the mutant Mr. Sinister. At this time, still mentioning, forget it. You have no idea how serious this is, I want to talk to Essex directly. Sebastian was very annoyed. He had no sense of security now, and he was always worried that Superman would suddenly drop from the sky. Mr. Sinister must awaken the mutant god once and for all. So, he thought. Zizzy. Zizzy. Magic sparks suddenly appeared, drawing a circular passage. A cold voice came out of it. No one can save you today, Shaw. Sebastian looked horrified. He didn't expect Superman to come so soon. When the words fell, the turbulent airflow, like an explosive roar, poured out from the circular pathway. That imposing tall figure appeared in the room. Read the next 40+ chapters right now. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Comment. 38 comments. Vote. Chapter 181, Chapter 178 Black Queen, Meteorite. The tall figure descended with a bang, like an active volcano eruption with a powerful atmosphere, filling up the spacious study. Leaning back in a high-backed chair, the Black Queen, Selene, narrowed her eyes. The turbulent airflow was like a gale swept up from the ground, lifting the vintage robes and waist-length black hair. The anxious expression on Sebastian's face instantly solidified, and an uncontrollable fear appeared in his eyes. Catching up so quickly. He had some trouble believing Superman could do magic. It's a master's signature skill to use a casting medium to open a portal. Luke stepped out of the circular passage, and his sharp eyes swept over the horrified Sebastian Shaw. The two confronted each other with insight, without the classic villain's declaration or the cliched and boring pre-battle dialogue. Luke's feet were on the ground, drawing a short and straight line. His right hand made a fist, and a terrifying force gathered. Boom! The explosion was so loud that it almost overturned the roof. Sebastian's head felt like it had been hit with a heavy hammer and his feet staggered backward. The strong body suddenly appeared in an illusory shadow. This was him absorbing the terrible power Superman was releasing. The other party was like a titan beast in human skin. A punch came down, and Sebastian Shaw, who had taken a cruise missile head-on and easily absorbed the energy of the blast, was a bit overwhelmed. When he thought of him tearing up the 3 battleship classes, pushing the carriers and knocking the wind out of Namor, he couldn't help but feel a deep chill in his heart. Compared with the King of Atlantis, who suffered a broken back, Sebastian was much more sober. He didn't think he could be Superman's opponent unless he could wait until he absorbed atomic energy, became a humanoid nuclear weapon, and thoroughly strengthened himself. Otherwise, his chances of winning were very low. The legendary Superman lives up to his name. Selene, the Black Queen, licked her red lips. Her sparkling eyes, like a lake of spring water, could melt any male creature. This powerful witch has always liked strong men best. Fancying the lean, strong, steel-reinforced Superman. To be precise, I crave Luke's body. If Sebastian Shaw, who was in the way, wasn't here, she would take the initiative to offer herself up and compete for 300 rounds with the other party. Fuck. Selene, you crazy woman. At this point, can't you just put away your hormones for a while? Sebastian glanced at the Black Queen, his ally, and almost vomited blood. The thirsty eyes, the desire, were almost overflowing. Admittedly, Superman's strong physique, tall figure, and sharp outlines were very attractive to women. But it was a life-and-death battle right now. Celine's brain was full of images not suitable for children, not helping at all. This made Sebastian, who was struggling to gain support, lose his calm. It was as if the support team wasn't sitting on the sidelines quietly watching the game but also typing out on the Jumbotron, "Hey, look at the other team, so powerful, so great." Sure, pay attention to your words. I'm not one of those silly young people in the club who you easily fool. The Black Queen coldly spoke. She didn't think highly of Sebastian Shaw, who relied on organ transplants to activate mutant abilities. Celine was even more proud than her younger counterparts as a mutant who had lived a long life. The few people she would acknowledge were probably the self-proclaimed god, Apocalypse, and the other party's little follower, Mr. Sinister. The rest of the mutants. Celine wasn't deliberately targeting anyone, they were all garbage anyway. Essex. The famous Mr. Sinister won't want Apocalypse to wake up. But if I die, the mutant god will surely be awakened. Sebastian gnashed his teeth and wanted to strangle the easily swayed Black Queen. Is this a threat? I'll make a note of it, sure. Celine pulled back her smile and finally rose from her high-backed chair. Don't judge by this woman's body that was full of charming aura, and every move could arouse a man's desire. Like ripe, full fruit that made people drool. She was a famous witch. Calculating her age carefully, she was almost the same age as the Ancient One. And Celine's style was bold and unrestrained. She always took pleasure in enslaving men and playing with their bodies and souls. To some extent, it could be said that there were countless toys and many more battles. Most of the men she took a fancy to didn't end well. Either they would be eaten up, and their souls absorbed. Or they would be reduced to licking dogs and playing with them to death. Because, in addition to being a witch, the Black Queen Celine was also a mutant. Her natural ability was to absorb life. Through physical contact, she could absorb vitality and strengthen one of her physical attributes. This was the real reason why Celine's face hadn't aged for thousands of years. She relied on depriving others of their life force to maintain her youth, beauty, and energy. Major General, can we sit down and talk first? Black Queen warned Sebastian Shaw. Her hands were slightly closed, slowly releasing a spell. A black mist exploded, bringing with it a dense aura of death, enveloping the imposing Superman. Slow speed, drawn strength, chaotic spirit, a high-order master. The bioforce field was in full swing. Luke wasn't affected at all, he had the powerful superhuman card. Boom! A kick struck Sebastian Shaw, who emerged as a mass of shadow figures, struggling to absorb the power exerted by Superman. Celine! Your spells won't work on him! Sebastian shouted in anger. Now he looked as if he was gorging himself on food and was approaching the limit of his appetite. Superman linked continuous hits like crazy, making the Black King feel the sense of crisis brought by death inching closer and closer. The sickle that would harvest his life came closer to his neck. Show your true ability. Sebastian raved. He could absorb various forms of energy, but he was still an ordinary person in essence. Regardless of reaction speed, or movement ability, he couldn't keep up with Superman's pace. This meant that Sebastian could only receive the beatings passively. There was no way to launch a counterattack while there was no room to dodge. Shut up! The Black Queen raised her hand and pointed. Sebastian Shaw's mouth felt like it was sewn shut, and no sound could come out. Then, the right hand moved while the black smoke lingered on her. A strong, pungent smell of sulfur filled the whole room. Pulling down a meteorite without preparation is too dangerous. Luke stopped his attack and turned his head to look at the Black Queen, who was surrounded by a circle of magic fluctuations, and a cold glint swept through his eyes. Afterward, there was a boom. The tall figure smashed through the roof. Halfway up in the air, a huge fireball smashed down. Read 40+ advanced chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Comment. 31 comments. Vote. Chapter 182, Chapter 179. I just want to kill you or be killed by you. Luke rushed into the air and looked at the huge meteorite that was the size of a house and glowed with fire. His eyes slightly focused, crimson beams of light swept up and down, left and right, cross-cutting. Zing zing zing. The hot rays that evaporated flesh and blood were like red-hot knives, chopping up the large meteorite that could cover half a block. Then, the bioforce field suddenly opened up, exerting a terrifying force that crushed the broken rocks that fell like a rainstorm into powder. Above the air, dust fluttered and went away with the wind. A crisis suddenly disappeared. Well done. I thought you would continue to fight Sebastian Shaw regardless of the damage done to others. The Ancient One suddenly appeared behind Luke. There was a look of approval on her face. She didn't seem to think that the Major General would make this surprising choice. Does it mean that the other party had the potential to become a hero hidden deep inside his heart? They can't get away anyway. Luke said calmly, indicating that the Sorcerer Supreme thought too much. As a positive character, the mainstay of the order-keeping side, the young Major General of the United States, the only beacon of light in the human world, the leader of the Howling Commandos, the first director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the female warlock pile driver. Bah. Cross out the last one. Luke thought that he should do some good deeds occasionally. Of course, he had to harvest reputation. I didn't expect Sebastian Shaw to be associated with Celine, the witch. And she had joined the Hellfire Club. The Ancient One's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Today, she was wearing a suit and tie instead of a hooded robe. Since it wasn't an upscale suit, it didn't look well pressed, and she looked more like a bald insurance salesman who lost his hair early in life than a Wall Street elite. That woman is the Black Queen of the Hellfire Club. Luke scanned the room with his supervision and found Sebastian Shaw in the study. Celine had unexpectedly run away. The opponent had skills similar to those masters from Comatage, opening a teleportation path, which could appear anywhere. Not only that, Celine is a very powerful witch. Luke picked his eyebrows. He was a little surprised. There were very few masters who would be praised by the Sorcerer Supreme and are qualified to be worthy of her evaluation. Major General, when facing her in the future, you should be careful. The Ancient One warned seriously. Celine was born in a tribe in Central Europe. When she was still a baby in her infancy, she awakened her mutant talents. Her mother regarded it as a miracle, and didn't hesitate to sacrifice her vitality as a nutrient for her. Other elders of the tribe ordered everyone to do so, thus Celine showed great strength from childhood. Luke's heart was stunned. He didn't expect the Black Queen to have such experiences. Celine has lived a long life by drawing on the lives of others. During this time, she obtained the rune staff from Asgard, thus increasing her strength. The Ancient One stopped explaining and spoke without delay. Thousands of years ago, she went to the then rising Roman Empire, supported a down-and-out poet to become a member of the Senate, and conspired to hold a ceremony to become a god, but fortunately it was unsuccessful. Later, she established an evil sect in Brazil, calling herself a goddess. To sum up, this woman is very dangerous. Don't let her touch you, Major General. Otherwise. The Ancient One paused and took a few glances at Superman, who was physically strong and exuded a masculine aura, and seriously said, "You might get sucked dry by her." Luke's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. He vaguely felt this sudden overwhelming opinion left embarrassing tire marks on his face, a clean hit and run. "Ancient One, are you going to make a move?" he asked curiously. As the saying goes, everyone has their specialties. A powerful witch who held the staff from Asgard and lived for thousands of years should naturally be handed over to the Sorcerer Supreme to handle. "Sorry, Kamatage is a little busy. I've been away for too long, and Dormammu is ready at the door again, collecting debts." The Ancient One shook her head decisively and stopped at the end. "Then, opening a portal would be okay, right?" Luke's mouth twitched as he felt that Dormammu was perhaps the unluckiest dimensional demon god. The current Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, refused to pay back her debt, just like an old scoundrel. The next Sorcerer Supreme, Strange, not only did this but also forced Dormammu to negotiate, forcing the other party to tear up the IOUs voluntarily. If the twists and turns of the experience were written out, it would be enough to turn into clickbait articles. Shocking. The Sorcerer Supreme has become a scoundrel. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral degradation? 15 Secrets You Must Know About Kamatage. New York doctor laid off and re-employed as a negotiator. The debt collection journey of the dimensional demon god Dormammu. The secret behind the painful and bloody history. I'll open the portal and send the enemy straight to you. The Ancient One said quite readily with a wave of her hand. She drew a circle in the air. The magic sparks splashed and jumped. "This is the dam base in Acalia Lake." Luke paused and walked into the circular passage. Sebastian Shaw, not far away, looked at him with a puzzled face. "You?" This Black King of the Hellfire Club was inwardly shaken. He ran away to Egypt with Selene, how come he was dragged back in an instant? "This may be fate, Mr. Shaw." Luke shrugged his shoulders and strode over. The Black Queen had the appropriate magical means to evade the Sorcerer Supreme's spatial transmission. Therefore, only Sebastian Shaw, an unlucky man, was left to face Superman. Boom! The frequent explosion-like sound echoed in the tunnel of the dam base. Sebastian had a fierce look in his eyes like a hungry wolf cornered in a desperate situation. Feeling the strong wind blowing in his face, he released the terrible energy he had absorbed before. Dong! Luke looked like he had received a heavy blow from himself. His whole body fell back and smashed deeply into the solid and thick alloy wall. Hiss! That's right, that's better. He didn't have the slightest irritation but showed an excited smile. He held the walls with both hands and pulled himself out of that humanoid dent in the wall. With a heavy step on the ground, like a catapulted jet, he instantly moved toward Sebastian Shaw. The former exerted a terrifying force, which was enough to sink a huge ship, while the latter absorbed and then released it. As soon as the two came into contact, a circle of airwaves visible to the naked eye vibrated around their bodies. We don't have to be enemies. Sebastian overcame his fear and fought back and forth with Superman. It seemed that he had the delusion that the other party wasn't as terrible as he thought. He decisively turned his eloquent speech mode, trying to persuade Luke to turn war into friendship and avoid this senseless battle. Major General Cavill, Namor has been dealt with by you, and Superman has stopped the war between Atlantis and the land world. You have gained both prestige and power. Sebastian's body changed into countless shadows as he absorbed energy and released it, trying his best to maintain the fragile balance. Superman seemed tireless. His fist swung faster and faster, even the air was bursting over and over, making harsh sounds as if he was breaking through the sound barrier. According to common sense, when the opponent launches a fierce attack, he would also suffer damage from the recoil caused by Sebastian's energy release. Luke seemed to have completely ignored this point and shook his fist, unmoved. For a while, the scene was as if some unknown high school student activated his invisible stand-in and sent out the crazy aura. I'm sorry, Mr. Shaw. I just want to kill you or be killed by you. The cold voice penetrated through the strong winds of his punches and the violent flow of air and reached Sebastian Shaw's ears. I saw that the battlefield was the dam base, and I wanted to open the floodway so you could experience the wonderful taste of being pulverized. However, I quickly changed my mind. Compared with the flood breaking the bank, the pain of the moment, as you watch yourself approaching death, seemed to add to the sense of despair. In just a few seconds, Luke threw hundreds of punches, almost putting the tunnel into a vacuum state and almost suffocating Sebastian Shaw. I can give the Hellfire Club and the mutants too. Sebastian strived for the hope of survival, but unfortunately, Superman was a killer who couldn't understand his feelings. After a minute and 20 seconds, Luke stopped the attack. His chest stretched like a bellow, emitting heavy breaths. Sweat slowly slid down his forehead. Compared to Sabretooth and Wolverine, the two mutants with self-healing factors as his sparring partners, Sebastian Shaw, who could absorb energy and fight back, was more suitable for the job. I like to take what I want myself. Luke looked at Sebastian Shaw, who was constantly moving in multiple shadows, and smiled. Goodbye, Mr. Shaw. He exhaled a long sigh and turned to leave. Sebastian Shaw felt desperate and tried to absorb the violent energy before releasing it. However, he couldn't do it. The fragile balance had been broken, and everything was out of control. What's the difference between you and me? Even if you become the king of Hellfire Club, you would only be a tyrant. Sebastian shouted out his emotions. Luke paused slightly and then moved on. We may all be the same kind of people, but I'm better than you, Mr. Shaw. Only the winners are qualified to speak. The heavy metal gate closed with a bang. Immediately afterward, there was a huge explosion. Read next 40+ chapters on Patreon right now. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Comment. 29 comments. Vote. Chapter 183, Chapter 180. Thank you for saving the world, Miss Frost. The fascinating thing about the future is that it was unpredictable. The cruelty of reality was to be caught unprepared. For the young mutants of the Hellfire Club and the undersea people of Atlantis. Like a bolt from the blue, the shocking news was like a tornado, coming so fast that they weren't even mentally prepared. What? My king's back was broken. And he's a cold-blooded butcher who was going to destroy the world. What? My leader blew up and didn't even leave an intact corpse. The next day, in the conference room on Liberty Island, the mutants were specially invited to participate in the negotiations. There were also Atlanteans who didn't know whether to be happy or angry. The two looked at each other. Intense sadness surged up in their hearts. After just one night, how come it felt like the whole world had changed? As expected, there were surprises and unexpected outcomes, and you never know which one would come first. Mr. Major General, what are you going to do with Namor? The representative group from Atlantis reacted faster than the mutants whose minds were shaken. Ultimately, these undersea people were no different from politicians in the land world, accustomed to seeing where the wind was blowing. After learning of Namor's broken back, they automatically omitted even the honorific title of His Majesty the King and called him by his first name instead. The crimes committed by Namor Mackenzie are not only against the land world but also Atlantis. Luke, who directly flew back to Liberty Island, tapped his fingers on the table, but his face didn't show any emotions. He was ready to launch the ultimate weapon that could destroy Atlantis and sink the entire North American continent. Do you know how many people would die in this disaster? In addition to the destruction of the land world, the sinking of the continents, the tsunamis and earthquakes would destroy the stable ecology of the marine world. Namor Mackenzie claims that all those marine creatures are his people. Why would a king slaughter his people? The Navy Secretary Nimitz, sitting next to him, hissed and drew a breath of cold air. Killing people and then destroying their hearts. As expected of Major General Cavill. Once the above remarks are sunk in, Namor would be nailed to the column of shame, associated with all the kings of Atlantis before him. The possibility of trying to turn around was slim to none. I saw early on that Namor wouldn't make a good king. This statement was delivered after the fact. That's right. How can a king with impure blood lead the people of Atlantis? This was a supporter of the lineage argument. Fortunately, Major General has prevented this terrible crisis. Otherwise, the good reputation of Atlantis would probably be destroyed by Namor. This was someone who jumped on the bandwagon with no moral integrity. To sum up, after Namor lost power, the top leaders of Atlantis decisively abandoned him. From this point of view, the blue-skinned underwater people have something in common with the French. That was, they don't like their own king. If necessary, they would rather send the other party to the gallows. Now that we have reached a preliminary consensus on the disposal of Namor, Luke cleared his throat and made a final decision. Then we will wait until the negotiations are over and leave it to the court and jury of Atlantis and the land world to decide. After exchanging opinions for a while, the Atlantis delegation nodded and agreed. They didn't have the courage and qualifications to refuse. Luke often mentioned the ultimate weapon from Atlantis in between his words. After Namor's defeat, the continental shelf oscillator from the ancient gods naturally became a trophy for the land world. Thinking about this, the representatives from Atlantis were even more depressed. They can't help but scold Namor from the bottom of their hearts. As for Sebastian Shaw, I said he was a remnant of the Third Reich, a conspirator trying to subvert the rule of the free world, a traitor among the mutants. Nobody would object, would they? After talking about Namor, who had fallen from grace and suffered a broken back, Luke swept his eyes back to the Hellfire Club. The main representatives of the opposing side were the White Queen, who was still dumbfounded, and the younger mutant. Major General Cavill, I have something to say. As a mutant in the club, second only to the Black King Sebastian Shaw, the White Queen now took the lead. She lifted her right hand and placed it near her temple. The psychic ability extended out silently like a tidal wave. Superman was indeed very powerful, but an invulnerable body may not be the same as an invulnerable mind. Oh, Miss Frost, what do you want to say? Luke looked at the young White Queen with a smile at the corner of his mouth. The two of them looked at each other, and the moment they met, their eyes closed. Bang! The unstoppable psychic ability seemed to hit a brick wall. There was neither thought reading nor mind control. The invisible and insubstantial psychic fluctuations were completely blocked back. That hurts. Emma, the White Queen, only felt dizzy. Her eyes went dark and almost fell on the table on the spot. How is this possible? She didn't want to believe it, and she couldn't possibly believe it. She had failed. The main reason why Sebastian Shaw could shield him from her psychic ability was because of the metal helmet made of unknown material. But what was the Major General sitting in front of her, with a smile on his face, relying on? He obviously didn't do anything to protect himself. Miss Frost, are you all right? Luke's tone was slightly concerned, as if he had a close relationship with the White Queen. Immediately afterward, he swept over the rest of the Hellfire Club and continued, Miss Frost, I would like to thank you for speaking. If it weren't for your initiative to provide information to SHIELD and expose Sebastian Shaw's plot to destroy the world, I'm afraid I'd still be in the dark. If they succeed in activating the continental shelf oscillator, it will cause unpredictable casualties and losses to the land world, as well as Atlantis. It's no exaggeration to say that you saved the world. The Major General was sincere and full of emotion. There was no hint of falsehood. With that, he stood up and gave a military salute. Pa pa pa. Pa pa pa. Seeing Superman take the lead, the rest of the group joined in, applauded, and looked at the White Queen with grateful, admiring eyes. Only Emma, who was the target, showed a bewildered look. I didn't. I'm not. In a dizzy state, the White Queen's head was full of buzzing noises. The whole person was like a crashing computer with a burnt-out processor. It wasn't until the applause died down and the negotiations returned to normal that she reacted to what had happened. When did I ever inform you about Sebastian Shaw? Facing the huge honor of saving the world. The White Queen's eyes were dull, as if she had lost her ability to think. Get access to 40+ advanced chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. Comment. 39 comments. Vote. Chapter 184, Chapter 181. Who is the traitor, and who is the leader? I didn't do anything. How could I be appointed as a hero to save the world? The White Queen's mind was full of question marks, and her face looked baffled. In particular, the senior officials from the Navy Department surrounded her with enthusiastic applause and endless praise. It was as if she really did what Luke said she did and saved the planet from a terrible disaster. What the hell is this? The White Queen subconsciously looked at Luke, who was smiling gently. The young Major General's eyes were unusually calm, like an observer watching a play. When she thought of the sincere speech he had just made, which was as honest as if it had actually happened, she seemed to understand something. He did it on purpose. Her brain felt like a basin of cold water had been poured over it, and she instantly came to her senses. The White Queen tried her best to break free from the dizziness and suddenly found that the compatriots from the Hellfire Club looked at her strangely. After settling down, those complicated emotions turned into sharp sword-like screams of rebuke. Traitor. Snitch. For a psychic, interpreting the emotions and thoughts of others was a fundamental skill. Obviously, at this time, she had become a traitor in the eyes of her compatriots. No, they misunderstood. The White Queen's red lips were slightly open as if she wanted to defend herself. Even though she didn't like what Sebastian Shaw did. She even resisted his intention to use the continental shelf oscillator as an important bargaining chip to threaten the human world. Not only would it harm humans, but it wouldn't do any good for the mutants either. Even so, the White Queen never wanted to betray the Hellfire Club, and the king brought her into the organization. The cohesiveness within the mutant community had been strong because most of them have had tragic experiences involving persecution. Similar experiences, unique natural abilities, and external exclusion and discrimination forced them to gather together. So, when Sebastian Shaw ascended to the top, and after showing great strength, he easily gathered a group of compatriots. Later, Magneto was able to lead the Brotherhood for the same reason. To put it bluntly, it was the external pressure that forced the mutants to unite internally. Therefore, as a part of the rejected members of normal society, the White Queen would never voluntarily choose to leave the Hellfire Club or the mutant community. That would eliminate the last place she had to stay, the last community she could fit into. The consequences of being abandoned by the collective were much more frightening than ordinary discrimination and oppression. That's why Sebastian Shaw didn't directly rule out the unstable factors when he learned that the other party was in personal contact with her sister in S.H.I.E.L.D. and at the same time contradicted his plan. Because the White Queen has nowhere to go. Staying in the Hellfire Club, she was a proud and powerful mutant, a beautiful and noble queen. If she lost this and returned to the human world, she would only become a freak and a monster in the eyes of others. Miss Frost, I heard that you and Agent Kayla of S.H.I.E.L.D. are sisters. Luke casually mentioned this matter and smiled lightly, in view of the unfair treatment of mutants and the future development. S.H.I.E.L.D. will soon hold a peace summit in Paris, at which time all countries will participate. You must attend as a representative, so the whole world would know the terrible situation that mutants are facing. The Major General looked at the White Queen, who was lost in thought, and went to her side, reaching out to squeeze her shoulder. Miss Frost, you wouldn't refuse this offer, would you? The White Queen shrank back and nodded heavily after a long pause. The diamond-like hard sparkling appearance still couldn't cover up her fragile heart. In the face of Superman, who could resist? Why are you doing this? As the night deepened, the White Queen broke into Luke's suite and asked angrily. She hasn't been with Sebastian Shaw long enough, and she was far from mature enough to hide her emotions. Good evening, Miss Frost. Luke seemed to know that the other party would come and specially prepared an extra cup. Red wine or whiskey? He asked. Please answer my question, Major General. The White Queen's face was as frosty, the corners of her eyes and eyebrows carried a dense fury. Psychic energy swept through the living room like a storm. Unfortunately, Luke, who was in the middle of it, was unmoved and had a smile on his lips. The reason is very simple and very complicated. I need a spokesperson for the mutant side. You're perfect for it, Miss Frost. The White Queen was slightly stunned, and her fierce temper suddenly weakened. Spokesperson? Me? Do you want to be the new leader of the Hellfire Club? The White Queen frowned and quickly figured out what Luke was really thinking. Use her to control the Hellfire Club. Then go one step further and gather the mutant population. My compatriots don't trust humans. Major General, you're expecting too much. After clearing her mind, the White Queen sneered. And thanks to that honor you bestowed, many in the club now see me as a traitor. Are you humans willing to accept snitches? Betrayal is an unwelcome and disgusting thing in any group. Luke poured himself a glass of whiskey. The sound of ice hitting the cup wall was crisp and sweet. He sat back on the sofa, glanced at the White Queen with his arms on his chest, and slowly said, "It's not as bad as you think, Miss Frost. First of all, trust can be built gradually, just as Rome wasn't built in a day. Secondly, the so-called snitches and traitors are only based on the fact that Sebastian Shaw was still the leader of the Hellfire Club. How many loyalists can there be now that he has exploded into a ketchup-like mass of unidentified paste? With the king dead, treason is no issue." Luke beckoned to the White Queen, who kept her distance and alert, to sit down obediently. People with psychic abilities were sought after wherever they were. Especially Emma Frost, the White Queen. She was an alpha mutant, just like Professor X. Although her ability was slightly inferior, other aspects weren't so bad. The diamond form that could block one's mind, coupled with the leadership position in the Hellfire Club, could categorize her as a rare purple card. Whether mutants or humans, the nature of living beings is to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Luke swirled his glass and quietly said, "As I said, SHIELD is ready to hold a peace summit and announce the existence of mutants to the world at the same time. The persecution and rejection you have suffered in the past are partly due to your extraordinary abilities, the direction and influence of public opinion." The White Queen stared at the amber liquid in the glass. Her attitude gradually changed from contempt to listening carefully. "But if someone speaks up for you, changes the image of mutants, and gets the federal government to stand up for you, everything will change." Luke painted a grand picture, depicting a bright future. He could do this, but the process wouldn't be so simple or easy. The existence of mutants means that human beings became a lower class. This was the key problem that was truly difficult to solve. Binge. Weekly mass release. Extra chapter tomorrow for every 300 power stones. Join Patreon to get access to all translated chapters. Patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 27 comments. Vote. Chapter 185, Chapter 182 The New King, the Old Queen. You humans can always tell the best and most beautiful lies in the world, and at the same time, kill your fellow human beings without mercy, without even a hint of compassion. The White Queen said, half sarcastically, half seriously. "Major General, how can I be sure that you are saying this from the heart and not from the promises of politicians, the conscience of a businessman, the sweet words of a man, which are neither credible nor reliable?" Luke was satisfied with the conversation getting back on track. He didn't want to work with an emotional creature who was overly sentimental and had trouble thinking rationally. Sometimes it's better to sit down and discuss the benefits openly. It was far more practical and effective than talking about sentimental dreams. A verbal guarantee may have no credibility, and black and white letters written in a contract may not be binding enough. Luke said lightly. Sincerity depends on actions. The White Queen nodded and agreed with this view. Her hands subconsciously let go, no longer keeping the defensive posture of crossing her arms in front of her. This proves that her original vigilance towards Luke was loosening. Aware of this, the Major General smiled more and more gently and slowly said, "With all due respect, Miss Frost, what you said earlier doesn't only apply to humans, but the instinct of any living being. Future history books may include the massacre of Native Americans by colonists on the North American continent, the burning of witches by medieval churches, and the extermination of Jews by the Third Reich, all of them. But this isn't proof that humans are born with a passion for killing and a brutal, tyrannical nature. It's a warning to future generations about the terrible effects that greed, ignorance, and ambition can have on the world. Any species with intelligence and the ability to think are complex. If we simply use the binary concept of good and evil to judge and measure, we could only form the inherent concept of self-righteousness and prejudice. The White Queen sat with her legs tilted, and her beautiful curves, instead of remaining tense, were gradually relaxing. To tell you the truth, Major General, you remind me of my college teacher, she said. Luke smiled faintly. The White Queen, born into a wealthy Boston family, had an obvious teacher's influence on her. As far as he knows in the timeline, Emma Frost came close to becoming a teacher with the support of her parents. After that, she also had brief cooperation with Professor X. Joined Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters and served as the principal for a while. Later on, there were several changes of sides and positions, mostly as a teacher and leader of the younger generation of mutants. Therefore, people with psychic abilities are probably well suited for education. I just hope he's not a bald guy who likes to take advantage of young schoolgirls. That would be a shock. Luke shrugged his shoulders and spoke in a humorous tone. The atmosphere in the living room gradually eased. No. He's as young as you, handsome, especially when talking, confident and infectious. Luke keenly caught the dull light in the White Queen's eyes and guessed that she had been in a not-so-fulfilling teacher-student relationship. Then he's a lucky guy to have an admirer like Miss Frost. He continued to cut into the topic as if making small talk. When I was young, I didn't understand. The White Queen shook her head. She really had a crush on that teacher. It's a pity that the ignorant first love that hasn't bloomed yet died a tragic death because of her mutant identity. This was one of the reasons that prompted her to leave Boston. The White Queen was discriminated against and ostracized as if being a mutant was a disgusting infectious disease. She could only gather with her compatriots to gain a small sense of security and identity. Let's get back to business, Major General. How can we build trust between the Hellfire Club and S.H.I.E.L.D? The White Queen dismisses her distractions and realizes that she let her guard down too easily in front of Luke, which wasn't normal for a psychic. In most cases, she should have been the dominant speaker. When the Peace Summit is held, SHIELD will recommend that the White House promote a bill to improve the treatment for mutants. Luke spoke with absolute certainty. At that time, Miss Frost will be able to see my sincerity. His words moved the White Queen. She wasn't an ambitious person like Sebastian Shaw, who only wanted to use the mutants as tools to win enough power and status for herself. If S.H.I.E.L.D could really make this happen, the Hellfire Club could change sides. But there are actually quite a few people in the club who are loyal followers of Shaw. After thinking for a moment, the White Queen felt a little hesitant. If she agrees to do so, she would be accused of being a traitor and a snitch. As I said, it is in the nature of any living being to seek advancement and avoid disadvantages. Luke spoke in a relaxed tone. Sebastian Shaw was no match for him when he was alive. Now that he's dead, what else could he do? The Major General restrained his smile and calmly said, "The hatred and resentment of mutants towards humans mostly comes from the tragic experience of persecution and abuse. But, Miss Frost, you probably don't know that Sebastian Shaw, the late Black King of the Hellfire Club, once selected 431 people in Auschwitz, all of whom were prisoners between the ages of 16 and 30. Miss Frost, do you know what he did to them? Feeling Luke's calm tone, the White Queen felt palpitations in her heart and subconsciously asked, what did Shaw do? Like livestock, they were herded into steam chambers, subjected to an intense heat that made them dehydrate and faint. Then, throw them into barrels of ice to soak. In addition to this, there was continuous electroshock torture, hours-long beatings, floggings, and even sleep deprivation. All kinds of torture were exerted on these people until they died. The White Queen felt chills crawl down her spine when she heard this. Though Luke described it with a calm expression, she felt as if she witnessed those brutal scenes with her own eyes. She couldn't help but ask, why? Why did Shaw do those things? As a later member of the Hellfire Club, Emma Frost became the Queen not because of her qualifications but because of her personal ability. Therefore, she knew nothing about Sebastian Shaw's past. Why did he do that? Luke sarcastically chuckled, because he was trying to find the hidden code in the mutant X gene that would open the door to evolution. Sebastian Shaw was a graduate of Oxford University's Academy of Biological Sciences. He has the recessive X gene but hadn't awakened to his natural abilities during adolescence. But this guy was smart enough to discover that the X gene responds easily to external stimuli, especially violent fluctuations in emotion which can result in intriguing alterations that resemble chemical effects. The torture used was just to find out the laws of genetic changes, to master the method of manufacturing mutants. White Queen's red lips slightly open, seemingly in shock. She didn't expect that the Black King of the Hellfire Club, who said he would fight for better rights and higher status for his compatriots, had such a dark history behind him. Is this all true? The White Queen had some difficulty in believing that. She once saw Sebastian Shaw as the savior of the mutants, a great and trustworthy teacher. S.H.I.E.L.D has detailed files inside. If you have any doubts, you can check them yourself. Of course, documents can be falsified, but the crimes committed always leave traces. There are several survivors of the concentration camps in Poland. They are very familiar with the king's crimes. Luke looked at the dubious White Queen and said, as a person with psychic abilities, there should be very few people in this world who could lie to you. I believe that when the time comes, you will be able to make the right decision. Miss Frost, as long as you reveal Sebastian Shaw's ugly side, you will change from being a traitor and a snitch to being the first hero to discover the truth and take action to save your compatriots. Luke spread his hands and stated the perfect ending. Anyway, dead people don't talk. So, put all the blame on Sebastian Shaw's head. The mutants of the Hellfire Club would gradually change their opinion of the White Queen. The White Queen stared straight at Luke and sighed with emotion after a long while. Major General, you are more of a mind-altering, thought-manipulating powerhouse than I am. It's just a matter of taking advantage of the nature of living beings. Miss Frost, can I call you Emma? I think the Hellfire Club would be happy to accept a new king and a new queen. Luke lifted his glass, handed it to the White Queen, and smiled. Emma, let's drink to a better future for mutants. The latter was silent for a moment and then accepted the glass of whiskey on the rocks. The glasses clinked with a crisp, clear sound. This conversation, which was originally a question, turned into a discussion about the leaders of Hellfire Club and the future of mutants. Even the White Queen herself didn't know how. Everything seemed to be following a written script and was executed accurately. The Black King has died. Major General, are you going to become the White King of the Hellfire Club? The White Queen took a sip of the cold liquid. Her heart felt like It had broken free from its heavy shackles and was no longer affected by the opinions of her compatriots. She had to admit that if Luke did what he said, mutants would have a better future. The thought of being able to save fellow suffering compatriots and become a hero. Emma couldn't help but feel excited. What's the problem? The club already has a queen, so of course, it needs a king. Luke put down his glass and stood up. I think I'm a good fit, don't you? The White Queen also left the sofa and tilted her head slightly, looking at the tall young general with a slight smile at the corner of her lips. I think so too. Comment. 25 comments. Vote. Chapter 186, Chapter 183 The Other President's Daughter, A Patriotic Heart. After successfully persuading the White Queen, Luke then focused on the peace summit attended by every country. Naturally, the White House had no problem with it. In this war of civilizations against Atlantis, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Superman fully demonstrated their abilities. There was no doubt that this young star named Luke Cavill. Since he pierced the sky with his dazzling light, it had become an important existence that no one could ignore. According to the news from Colonel Phillips, the president recently began to beat about the bush and asked Major General Cavill if he had any idea of getting married or falling in love. That's because he happened to have a young daughter of the same age. Luke said he wasn't particularly interested in becoming the president's son-in-law. If he wanted to choose, it wouldn't be Truman's turn. There were 5 major political families widely recognized in the future of American politics. They are Adams, Roosevelt, Kennedy, Bush, and Clinton. Adams ranked first, flourished at the founding of the country. Samuel Adams was known as a founding father, and his cousin John Adams was one of the drafters of the Declaration of Independence. Moreover, he served as the first vice president and the second president. His eldest brother's son won the election and became the 6th president. It can be said that his family's education was profound. Compared to Adams, Roosevelt wasn't bad either. Many people only knew that Franklin D. Roosevelt was re-elected for 4 terms and brought his family to the pinnacle of power. Few remember that Theodore Roosevelt took office as president in 1901, and the author of the famous Speak Softly, and Carry a Big Stick foreign policy. Compared to the 2 above, Luke was more familiar with Kennedy, who hadn't yet made his mark yet. They were of Irish immigrant descent and had strong ties to the Irish mob that Uncle Frank joined. Kennedy's grandfather was born with a business sense and made his first fortune from a pub in those days. He then sent Kennedy's father to Harvard and successfully married the daughter of the mayor of Boston, leaping high society. After that, Kennedy's father made a fortune from prohibition and had a great eye for investment, funding Roosevelt's presidential campaign on all fronts. From there, after the repeal of the prohibition, he reaped rich rewards. He securely sat as the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission chairman, accumulating a large amount of wealth. After Luke received his commendation as a major general, the young Kennedy, who was still only a lieutenant in the Navy, took the initiative to invite himself to several family gatherings through Uncle Frank's relationship and spoke about the core members of the Kennedy family. So, he knew the future president, who spent only 3 years in the White House before being shot in public, as a casual acquaintance. After the private contact, Luke realized that the other party's lifestyle was extremely chaotic. Perhaps it was because when young John Kennedy was 19 years old, his first girlfriend was pried away by a best-selling author, which broke the heart of a young man who believed in true love. Since then, this guy had become a playboy whose biggest hobby was partying and had invited Luke a few times. The attendees were young second-generation politicians and businessmen, as well as big Hollywood stars and beautiful actresses. Kennedy's habit was to look at a woman, talk for a few minutes, and then disappear for about half an hour. Basically, at every party, you could see this guy suddenly disappear and then reappear with weak legs. Moreover, he also packed a long-term suite in the Waldorf Astoria, which was especially used for holding multiplayer matches. Through the long list of people who had affairs with John F. Kennedy, the most memorable one was Marilyn Monroe. The then sex symbol was a natural beauty. She actually had an affair with both Kennedy brothers. It could be said to be a realistic example of brothers in arms. The most interesting thing was that after John Kennedy was assassinated, his wife Jacqueline and his brother, Bobby Kennedy, went into hiding. Comparing the memory in his mind with the present reality, Luke finally concluded that the presidential family's circle was chaotic. Many people believe in the democracy and freedom advertised by this country of liberty, but take a look at the history of the presidents, sort out the relationships behind them. It wasn't difficult to find that each family had a background, connections, and had known and dealt with each other for a long time. To put it bluntly, the transfer of power was always in the circle of a handful of people at the top of the pyramid. It wouldn't flow into the hands of outsiders. Statistics show that more than 17% of the members of Congress came from political families. Like Harrison, Hamilton, Rockefeller. These surnames have accompanied the history of the United States for 200 years and never left the historical stage. If Luke had the idea of running for president in the future, he would certainly be invested in and courted by the political families and then pulled into the so-called political elite. This was the truth behind so-called freedom and democracy. I have little interest in being a justice-oriented president and even less in being the president's son-in-law. Luke hung up the call from the White House and silently thought, if it was the 45th president's daughter they were talking about, I might have been tempted. After all, everyone has a patriotic heart. After thinking for a while, he dialed the encrypted number for SHIELD, a private number known only to the director and the commander. The password was Wabibwabop. Translator, it's Crazy Dave language from Plants vs. Zombies. Only when the answer was correct could one successfully switch to the relevant channel. How's the peace summit in Paris going? After getting rid of Neymar and Sebastian Shaw, the Atlantis delegates were inclined towards peace talks. As a result of Luke's proposal, the Congress, which used to spend all day on trivial matters, approved the proposal in a rather rare and efficient manner. It was a rare moment of unanimity among legislators eager to make dramatic statements and gain attention. The attitude displayed by the rest of the world was even more evident. Each one wanted to gain access and capture the benefits quickly. Don't blame them for being excited. There were great benefits to be gained from the initial decision on diplomatic relations and trade with Atlantis alone. The rich resources of the deep ocean, the mining of veins, and so on could bring important changes to the development of their country. They are very eager, though pretending to be calm. Right now, the countries that have ideas and are qualified to participate in the Peace Summit and receive a ticket to the event are the same ones from the Yalta Conference. Carter turned over the document and replied, oil and gas resources, marine-derived pharmaceuticals, metal veins, and Atlantean technology are all heavyweight chips. Except for S.P.E.R, who are indifferent and only asked to participate in the Peace Summit without actively mentioning the allocation of resources, all other countries have a strong desire to take a piece of this big cake. Luke wasn't surprised by the reactions from various countries. Except for China, which had S.P.E.R, the others were a bunch of people who hadn't seen the world. The former was far more profound than S.H.I.E.L.D, Hydra, or Leviathan. One of the predecessors of these organizations, Brotherhood of the Shield, was named Zhang Heng. That's right, the astronomer who appeared in the history books and invented the water-powered armillary sphere and the first seismograph. His notable personal achievement was to fool a female celestial in 114 AD by only talking. The latter wanted to find a suitable star to be the cradle of her offspring. Zhang Heng cleverly persuaded the other party to give up the Earth and Moon and choose the Sun instead. Therefore, if Luke wanted to go to the Sun and sleep for thousands of years, he would have to steal the position from an infant celestial. It's normal, SPEAR isn't interested in Atlantis technology, they have better things. Luke chuckled lightly. The shield of Imhotep in the West had changed over the years, much of history had been lost long ago. But the spear of Imhotep in the East had been handed down and never cut off. As early as the Eastern Han Dynasty, people could make things similar to the first ever machine, even travel back in time and space. Even sorcerer supremes had to be polite when they met. So how can they value things from Atlantis? Participation in the Peace Summit was more symbolic attendance and a bit of capitalistic tit-for-tat. The British can't wait, and the Soviets are demanding it, so let them show their good faith. Luke said lightly. SHIELD is responsible for issuing admission invites. If you want a share of the cake, you have to pay the price. Carter was well aware of the director's thoughts. Luke had vaguely revealed a long time ago that he intended to establish a large international organization called the World Security Council. Dedicated to providing funds and authority, that means foolish investors that have a lot of money. The purpose was to enable SHIELD to develop more rapidly and effectively. I'll actively negotiate towards this. Carter made a mental note. Comment. 35 comments. Vote. Chapter 187, Chapter 184. You Know Me, Team America, and Uncle Wolf. Luke had been a little busy recently. On the one hand, as a negotiator, we should quickly reach a preliminary agreement with Atlantis and the Hellfire Club to prepare for the Peace Summit later. Otherwise, when the time came, if there was no agreement and someone directly flipped the table, wouldn't it be embarrassing? The former was easy to say since Namor, the hapless child, was badly broken. The Marine people were inclined to peace talks, and their willingness to fight was weak. The sudden catastrophe that occurred tens of thousands of years ago had left an undeniable trauma on the Atlanteans. The original martial and heroic character had turned conservative and closed-minded. If Namor hadn't lost his mind and listened to Sebastian Shaw's advice, there wouldn't have been this inexplicable war between civilizations. For 10,000 years, Atlantis had never even wanted to set foot on land, let alone have in-depth contact and communication. Therefore, Luke specially formulated a series of measures called the Cultural Integration Plan. Although the land people and the marine people had different skin colors, other biological organs, and different levels of civilization. But for entertainment culture, Atlantis was still in a very backward stage of development. Their biggest leisure and entertainment activity in the whole country was to go to the arena to watch gladiatorial fights. These were the leftovers of the Roman Empire many years ago. Poor Atlanteans. To promote mutual friendship and cultural exchange between the two civilizations, Luke decided to have SHIELD prepare several cultural products to be exported in future cooperation. For example, Nintendo, song collections, Hollywood action movies, variety shows. Anyway, things that could attract the public were packed and sent to Atlantis. He believed that those undersea people who had no leisure life and had to endure the exploitation of the noble class, besides physical sports and watching gladiator fights every day, would be interested in these items. Even the terrorist leaders who hate American imperialists and plan various suicide attacks, the leaders of Al-Qaeda, still played Final Fantasy VII and watched Tom and Jerry. Therefore, positions and ways of thinking didn't conflict with personal hobbies. Luke always thought that the only thing that people on Earth may have had a lead in from other cosmic civilizations was probably the entertainment industry. After all, games, movies, and the soda industry were moneymakers. Star-Lord, the son of a Celestial, is a loyal fan of the classic golden oldies, plus the king of awkward dancing. One of the 5 gods, the daughter of Galactus, has a special liking for fried chicken, hamburgers, and soda. Thor, the prince of Asgard, indulged in Fortnite and eventually degenerated into a slob. Thus, when it came to eating, drinking, and having fun, people on Earth were quite competitive. Are you sure you want to put these plans into the file? Carter, who was sitting across the table, did the secretarial work. As Luke spoke, she took quick notes. However, could this so-called cultural integration really work? The female commander of S.H.I.E.L.D. expressed her doubts. Believe me, sometimes some seemingly insignificant entertainment is no worse than a tank or a cannon. Luke nodded his head and turned the people of Atlantis into loyal supporters of land-world culture. From time to time, some illicit goods would be included, showing the strongest means from the country of liberty to promote the universal value of freedom and democracy. If the French Revolution and Marxist principles were exported to Atlantis, there might be hope for an unprecedented democratic and affirmative action campaign for the undersea people. Luke's mind was made up. He intended to use Atlantis as a huge gold mine. It would be better to let SHIELD jump over the constraints of each country and hold the trade exchange between the two sides to become a dominant middleman. However, the conservatism in Atlantis was too strong. The establishment of preliminary diplomacy and superficial trade was as close as they could get after repeated negotiations. If you can't get anything from the negotiation table, you can use other means. Luke said. What about Hellfire Club? Carter thought about it but chose to remain skeptical. She couldn't understand the amazing functions that common leisure items and recreational activities could play. Emma Frost accepted my suggestion and decided to become a hero and save her compatriots from the mire. Luke's lips picked up a smile and light-heartedly said, working with SHIELD is the most suitable way out for mutants. The White Queen should be able to grasp this opportunity. But wasn't she hostile to humans before? Carter stopped writing and looked up at Luke with a questioning look. What kind of bewitchment did the director put in her head so that an alpha-level mutant could easily put aside her prejudices and risk becoming a mutant traitor to work with SHIELD? Especially since she's the one with psychic manipulation and mind control abilities. Luke's smug expression froze instantly as he asked tentatively, "What have you heard?" Carter shook her head and sneered, "All I know is that the White Queen of the Hellfire Club knocked on the door of the director's room after the negotiation meeting at Liberty Island. Honestly, I'm a little curious, what did you talk about that lasted for over an hour?" Luke was a little embarrassed and coughed lightly, "Just discussing the development of a mutant program. Peggy, you know me. If I wanted to do something, it would never be just 1 hour." Carter froze. For a moment, she couldn't refute it. After thinking about it, She felt that Luke's arguments made sense and were simply impeccable. This wasn't enough for the tireless and insatiable demands of the director on that particular battlefield. What should we do about the Hellfire Club? Carter skipped that personal subject and continued, Emma Frost, she may not be able to convince people. Luke wasn't worried about this. There weren't many alpha-level mutants, especially when the White Queen had a rare psychic ability. She had the strength to compete with almost anyone. Many people had misgivings about the White Queen, considering her to be a traitor and a snitch even among the Hellfire Club members. But when Sebastian Shaw's dark history was exposed, their voices became much smaller. Those opposing views didn't make much of a splash. Luke said confidently. He was well versed in the future of the entertainment industry. To eliminate the scandals on a person, it wasn't necessary to whitewash their past, making the opponent look worse was more than enough. People always compare things. When news on Sebastian Shaw, who originally led the mutants, came out that he was a cold-blooded butcher who persecuted his fellow countrymen, the White Queen's information was a traitor, and a snitch was no longer important. Well, anyway, if there is any problem, you can always find a solution. Carter closed the document and whispered, the proposal for the peace summit has been approved. The place is set at the Palace of Versailles at 3:20 in the afternoon. The President asked you to attend as a representative, in the capacity of a Lieutenant General in the Army and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director. Luke raised an eyebrow, somewhat apathetically. In less than a year, he reached the peak of his career development. How boring. Wanting to continue to win the 5-star general, as a general of the army would be impossible. Under the current rank system, the highest permanent rank was only Lieutenant General. For example, 4-star general and 5-star general are temporary ranks awarded only in wartime. Therefore, Luke's rise to the top was considered a short one. Then remember to help me write my speech. Luke chuckled. By the way, Steve. Why haven't I seen him? Carter covered her forehead with a helpless expression. Colonel Rogers and the 2 wild things under your command don't like each other very much, they fought yesterday. Luke was surprised. Captain America had always been a good-natured old man. He fought with people. Wait. Was it Sabretooth and Wolverine? That's all right. The mutant brothers were the kind of people to get irritated easily. Wolverine Logan was a little better, he could still maintain his sanity. Even though Luke had been ruthlessly educating him, his brother Sabretooth Victor still had the bloodthirsty nature in his bones. When they met Captain America, a good man in the traditional sense, there would be some conflicts. After all, the former couldn't even accept swearing. Iron Man Tony Stark only said shit and was lectured. Okay, I'll deal with it. Luke stood up and returned to Washington, D.C. He had a long list of work to complete. It's time to find myself a secretary and free up some time. Read next 40+ chapters right now on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. Comment. 33 comments. Vote. Chapter 188, Chapter 185 Bucky's whereabouts, touching feelings. Turn the clock back to 1 day ago. Rogers strode in with his shield in the underground training room of SHIELD. Wearing his star-spangled banner uniform and 2 flamboyant pectoral muscles, he instantly became the audience's focus. The SHIELD, agents in the rest area, and the mutants of Task Force X all looked at the famous Captain America. Although the appearance of Superman led to the loss of the original glory of Captain America on this timeline, it even made him wonder if his Super Soldier Serum might be a watered-down version. Otherwise, how could there be such an amazing difference between him and Luke? Even if Rogers was later transformed into a battleship class able to destroy aircraft carriers with energy waves from both eyes and resist tanks with his body, he was still no match for Luke. He had already demonstrated this in many warm-up exercises and free sparring sessions. Every time he felt sore and exhausted, it looked like his body was hollowed out. So much so that Roger's girlfriend, Marjorie, even wondered if her boyfriend had someone else out there. On the other hand, after the spa, Luke was still as fierce as a tiger, without any fatigue, and could still say "I can do this all day." It could be seen that the combat effectiveness and durability of the two men weren't at the same level. That's Captain America. Have you ever seen any of his comics? Young agents in the rest area were whispering to each other. Of course. I bought the whole set as a gift for my little nephew, he loves it. Someone said. Although Captain America's honor in the military wasn't as famous as that of later generations because he was still alive. However, his sales were somewhat higher than Superman's. With comics and toys, he harvested a large number of fans like Coulson. Related comics, Star-Spangled Banner uniforms, and S.H.I.E.L.D. toys have flowed into every household in New York during the Bond sales. After the end of the war, various manufacturers have been actively expanding their markets to dozens of states. So much so that Luke also made a special trip to Senator Brand to help Rogers get the right to use the image of Captain America and the surrounding development back. Brand was unaware of this aspect, so he signed a paper contract, almost a sale contract, and didn't get any share of the proceeds. Otherwise, Rogers wouldn't afford to renovate the old house in Brooklyn and live a comfortable life. He was now sitting at home, doing nothing, and getting paid handsomely in royalties. Those publishers, comic book companies, and Hollywood film companies all came to contact Rogers to use Captain America's image. After all, his appearance was excellent, and with the aura of a war hero and a colonel's rank, if one could become his agent, one would hold on to this cash cow. Making several action films such as War Against the Third Reich and Bringing Down the Evil German Hand, and produce several best-selling books such as World War II memoirs and the story behind Captain America. Basically, he didn't have to worry about making a living all his life. Unfortunately, all of these suggestions were rejected by Captain America. Because, at that time, he just wanted to live a quiet life. He wasn't interested in becoming a celebrity. Get out of my way. Hearing the whisperings, Rogers couldn't help but pick up his pace. He didn't like being the center of attention. However, when he walked to the training room, a tall figure bumped into him. The other person had a cigar in his mouth, his beard was like steel wool, and his body exuded a sense of wildness. Rogers was a good-natured man, so he stopped and stepped aside. "Hey, Captain America." Logan took the cigar out and puffed out some smoke. He heard the young agents talking and seemed to feel some disdain. "I've seen your films and your antics, a guy with a costume like you could be a hero." Regarding Captain America, Logan's knowledge was still stuck in the period of selling bonds. "What about you, with a pair of claws? You see yourself like a beast," Rogers retorted defiantly. In the face of Wolverine's aggressive provocation, Captain America wasn't very nice either. He was a good man but not a coward. In the face of jerks looking for a fight, he would always fight back. "Well, I'm not in a good mood today." Logan narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint flashed. At this time, Wolverine hadn't experienced the tragedy of his wife's death and his claws being broken. He never received psychological counseling from Professor X and let go of his heart's wild, tyrannical side. Essentially the same as Victor. They both belong to the cranky old man category. In layman's terms, he would ask others, "What are you looking at?" If the other replied, "What are you looking at?" his fist would happily swing. "Sorry, I'm in a good mood today." After joining SHIELD, Rogers learned a lot of people skills from Howard. "That's a shame. Your good mood ends here. I love teaching self-righteous bastards like you." As expected, Logan was a powder keg that would explode at the drop of a hat. He flicked off the cigar with his hand, splattering a few sparks. Then he clenched his fists and revealed his bone claws. Naturally, Captain America didn't hesitate to raise his shield to smack away the thick cigar flying at him. For a while, weapons were drawn, and the atmosphere became heavy. At this time, if someone came forward and said, "Don't fight again," Rogers may just turn his head and walk away. And Logan, considering the rules set by the SHIELD director, would also choose to leave things as they are. Unfortunately, the young agents around didn't stop them but ate popcorn. This was a match between Captain America and Wolverine. Who didn't want to see it? If tickets were sold, it would be a full house. Half of the people in New York would come running. Back to the present. Luke took the elevator to the underground training in SHIELD. The sweaty Captain America, wearing a compression undershirt, was unleashing his energy on a huge sandbag. He suffered some injuries on his face. He had a bruise on his left eye and a hemostatic bandage wrapped around his abdomen. It's refreshing to see a little guy from Brooklyn learning how to fight people. Luke made fun of him. The fight that shook S.H.I.E.L.D. yesterday ended in a lose-lose situation. Captain America was almost cut open by Wolverine's bone claws. Unfortunately, to recover fully, the latter right arm was also vaporized by a high-temperature distortion halo, and it looked like he needed 2 to 3 days to recover fully. Fortunately, Carter stepped in to calm the situation. Otherwise, the gang from Howling Commandos, and Howard, would probably have clashed with Sabretooth, who was looking for revenge. The massive SHIELD had started to form a trend of creating factions. "That's a beast, Luke. Only people like you could tame them." Rogers touched the dark circles under his eyes, stopped moving his hands, and said, "But I have to admit, sometimes fighting does provide a way to let off some steam." Blowing off steam. "Are you feeling unhappy lately?" Luke showed a surprised look and whispered, "This time, you succeeded in rescuing Boston and stopping Atlantis' army from landing. So the president is ready to commend you personally. You got more credit than you would have otherwise. Aren't you satisfied?" Rogers shook his head, a hint of gloom in his steely eyes. "I just occasionally wonder where Bucky went. When you get an award, there should be someone with who you could share it. Bucky is our friend. He would have been happy to see this," Captain America said. Luke drifted off with an odd smile. Rogers was worthy of being a friend, always thinking about Bucky, who had been missing for a long time. "I happened to want to talk to you about this." Luke patted the other on the shoulder and whispered, "According to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s multiple investigations, it has been confirmed that Bucky was taken away by one of Hydra's leaders, Baron Strucker. They are hiding in the other wing of the World Camp, the Red Empire in Siberia." Rogers, who was depressed, was immediately energized as if he had been injected with a stimulant. He looked at Luke, his eyes shining with excitement, and quietly asked, "You found out where Bucky is?" "Not yet." Luke shook his head heartlessly, shattering Roger's illusions. Then, he changed his tone and said, "But I am prepared to send agents to investigate the secret collaboration between Hydra and Leviathan, and by the way, search for Bucky's trail. If you are interested in." "Good. I'll call Marjorie later and tell her I'm going to be out of town." Rogers didn't even think about it and nodded in agreement. Luke froze for a moment, and the odd expression on his face deepened. "He kindly reminded me, promise me, Steve. Try not to mention Bucky's name in front of Marjorie so much. I wonder if Captain America's girlfriend would feel a sense of crisis when she heard that her boyfriend had traveled thousands of miles just to find his best friend. Binge. Please do not join Patreon in the next 2 days, the month is about to end. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 189, Chapter 186 Romance, Because of Love. When Captain America learned that Bucky might be in Moscow, he was energized, motivated, and excited about carrying out the rescue operation. In regards to his best friend, Rogers always had an inexplicable obsession. Probably because the two grew up together in Brooklyn, they had deep feelings and formed a special bond. Squinty-eyed smile. "Steve, you still have to be careful. The agents in Leviathan's Red Room are even worse than MI6 in Britain and the FBI. They all received the strictest training in the world, are good at camouflage and infiltration, and proficient in all kinds of assassination techniques." Luke specifically warned. "The moment you enter Moscow, anyone you meet could be a spy or an assassin sent by them. So, put away your extra kindness and mercy. I don't want to see you brought back in a coffin, draped with the flag." In response to his friend's advice, Rogers nodded solemnly, expressing his understanding of the consequences of letting down his guard. Infiltrating into the enemy's camp alone naturally involved taking great risks. If he slacked off for even a moment, he would probably be torn to pieces by those enemies lurking in the shadows. This wasn't a frontal collision on the battlefield but a secret confrontation. "Rest assured, I'll be fine." Rogers silently planted the death flag for himself. "Forget it, and I'll leave the Howling Commandos to you. Then, in case of any danger, there would be someone to send the news back." Luke shook his head. He had no confidence in Captain America's promise. Superheroes always had problems of one kind or another. When villains use hostages as threats, they would hesitate, indecisive, and even sacrifice themselves for the safety of others. This was something worthy of admiration. But most of the time, it was a fatal weakness. The reality wasn't like the comic books, where the hero would turn a dangerous situation into victory and survive to walk into the sunset. In other words, even if they were as tough as Superman and as innovative as Batman, they were often faced with the downside publishing demands. Anyway, you don't want to trap yourself in Moscow. The political situation is very tense right now, especially with the formation of a bipolar world. Luke said in a deep voice. If you really had an accident and caused a public uproar, SHIELD can't interfere. In fact, he wasn't worried about Captain America getting caught. With the battleship-class soldier's powerful ability, Rogers would have no problem fighting his way through a group of soldiers. Even if the Soviet Union discovered him, he could still withstand a siege and wait for rescue. But this was the Marvel Universe, where the basic procedure was for superheroes to be controlled, brainwashed, and then change sides. As steadfast as he was, Captain America also had a dark history of being controlled by Hydra. I'm afraid only God if Leviathan had similar technology. I won't cause you trouble, Director. I promise to finish the mission and bring Bucky back safely. Rogers made a rare joke. By the way, why don't you come over for dinner later? Marjorie is learning to cook these days. Luke's mouth twitched. He saw right through Captain America's scheme. He stretched out his hand and pointed and spoke with contempt. Steve, I didn't expect you to learn how to use others to achieve your goals. At this time, please eat by yourself. But, when I think about it, I know that your purpose isn't so simple. On the one hand, he was trying to share the horrors of eating unpalatable food. On the other hand, as the director, Luke could naturally ask Rogers to go on a business trip for SHIELD. Come on, I've been so busy with work that I've neglected Melina. I need to make up for it. Luke waved his hand and refused without any loyalty to his friend. I'm going to book a high-end restaurant tonight, and then I have no time anyway. Next time. But, how could I? Rogers looked bitter. It's a bit strange to tell his girlfriend that he was ready to end the white picket fence life and go to the Soviet Union to save his boyfriend. But he wasn't very good at lying. I'll give you a tip. Luke's mouth curled up, and he whispered, go home early today, throw a candlelight dinner, and sprinkle the sheets with flower petals, and give Marjorie a surprise. Rogers listened attentively and wrote it down in his heart. In terms of emotion, Howard and Luke were his predecessors. And then, over dinner, bring up the matter of going to the Soviet Union. He asked. Of course not. This requires an appropriate time. For example, after enjoying the romantic and beautiful candlelight dinner, you can sit on the sofa and chat. Then, when the mood is right, do some pleasant after-dinner exercise, then you can say it. Emphasize what Bucky means to you and the good times you had before. Luke started to teach him seriously. But why? Rogers was puzzled. Because, no matter if it's men or women, it's always easier to agree to some unreasonable requests when you are physically and mentally comfortable. Luke, like an experienced person, sighed and added. For example, if Marjorie said she wanted to get a high-end car, you'd probably consider whether it was necessary. But when you're in bed and you're looking at your girlfriend, who's all naked and charming, would you even hesitate to get a new car? Rogers thought about it for a long time, then nodded in agreement. At that time, he really wouldn't be able to think properly. Because it wasn't the brain that made the first decision, it was the lower half of the body. Understood. I'll get ready right away. Watching Captain America leave in a hurry, Luke showed a mischievous smile. Hopefully, Rogers wouldn't get kicked out of bed. What woman would be happy to hear her boyfriend mention another person's name when she was affectionate? Besides, it's another man. Lake Alkali, Dam Base. An hour after leaving SHIELD headquarters, Luke arrived here. He walked into the laboratory and saw Dr. Bolivar Trask, who stood out as the only short one in the crowd. I heard you guys got something. Luke asked. Trask, who is in charge of the mutants, volunteered to host the event, smiled, and said, the mutant genetic map is a huge project, which can't be achieved so soon at the moment, but we are making progress in other areas. Before, SHIELD proposed a Weapon X project, which was intended to create an indestructible killing machine. We had our eye on Logan and Victor. They have extremely powerful self-healing abilities and can overcome most of the accidents that occur during the transformation process. Luke frowned slightly. SHIELD did have this plan inside. The originator was William Stryker, who had a fondness for Logan and was bent on transforming him into the perfect weapon. Dr. Trask, as I said, this transformation experiment is voluntary. Luke wasn't a shameless politician who made empty promises. He wouldn't easily change what he promised. Since they decided to gather mutants, improve their living environment, change the current mainstream public opinion, and strive for the integration between the two populations, it would be done. If he said he would treat mutants kindly but secretly sent them to the operating table, such a despicable and underhand thing wasn't in line with his style of doing things. Major General Sir, you misunderstood. Trask was quick to explain. Logan volunteered. After Victor saw him sign up, he also took part in it, which is why this project started. Luke picked his eyebrows, surprised. In the original timeline, Wolverine was transformed and injected with adamantium because Stryker deceived him. During this period, he experienced the tragedy of losing his lover and the tragic defeat against Sabretooth. After joining S.H.I.E.L.D., neither Bolivar Trask nor William Stryker could threaten the mutants. Why did Logan take the initiative and agreed to it? Because of love. Trask revealed a bit of a cynical smile and the resentment of still being a bachelor. Comment. 32 comments. Vote. Chapter 190, Chapter 187 Creating Wolverine, Adamantium. Because of love. So, he won't be moody. Luke subconsciously thought about responding. He hadn't paid much attention to the mutant brothers recently, and he was busy dealing with Atlantis negotiations and the upcoming peace summit. What's this all about? The Major General showed a curious look. What made Wolverine accept the transformation experiment with the extremely painful process and high probability of failure, willingly? He didn't sign a slave contract with S.H.I.E.L.D. Task Force X prevented Atlanteans from landing in Philadelphia before, and they completed the mission, but the team members were also injured. Trask laughed like a villain who had succeeded in his treacherous plan. Silver Fox, Kayla. Luke seemed to understand something. Logan was willing to accept the transformation, and Trask probably said something to convince him even further. In most cases, Wolverine was the type of person who didn't like to use his brain and dealt with any problem he encountered when he encountered them. He originally had a crush on Kayla, Silver Fox. However, because the other party was injured, it stimulated his emotions, thus making him want to be stronger. That's right. Trask nodded his head. That surprised Luke a little. Although Logan was a tough guy with big eyebrows and big eyes on the surface, behind the scenes, there wasn't much difference with Howard Stark, who claimed to be a Casanova. As the saying goes, flirtatious men had lovers wherever they went, and a sleazy man broke hearts wherever they went. Logan was both types. Tread through beds, as much as he treads through hearts. No one knew how many women he'd slept with, a bulldozer among mutants. The reason for this was partly due to his long life. This made the wild Wolverine doomed never to be able to spend his life with the woman he loved. Therefore, he could only have short encounters, exercise his lower limb muscles and promote blood circulation. For example, in Days of Future Past, Logan opened his eyes and found himself lying on a waterbed with a girl. The other part was because he had a cranky older brother who always instilled the strange concept of bros before hoes. So, for a long time in his adult life, Logan kept to the principle of only using his body, not his heart. That classic quote could be applied to Wolverine. Although I smoke cigars, drink hard liquor, pick up girls and fight, I know I am a good man devoted to love. No matter how tough a man is, there will be a tender side. As a bachelor, Dr. Trask tried to pose as an emotional guru in front of Luke, and the latter just wanted to laugh. Logan is a reckless man with a brain full of muscles and impulsive emotions, but he is also a perfect warrior. The self-healing gene gave the beast endless energy and a near-immortal ability to recover. But, even beasts crave warmth. In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Task Force X, there's a psychic with the code name Silver Fox and Logan has some interest in her. Luke glanced at Trask with suspicious eyes. He wasn't surprised that Wolverine and Silver Fox might have a relationship. In the original timeline, they were lovers, and it was normal to hang out together. But why would Trask know? Perhaps you don't have enough work on your plate. This dwarf scientist still had time to pay attention to Wolverine's emotional development. I wonder why you, Dr. Trask, know anything about Logan's personal life. Luke teased and asked. I'm interested in every aspect of the mutants, it's a job requirement. Trask realized that it seemed strange to pay attention to another big, well-built man as a scientist. He hastened to explain a few words and said, "For me, science is my only true love, and the search for truth is my lifelong ambition." Luke nodded perfunctorily, indicating that he believed it. Most of the private lives of celebrities around the world weren't normal. Therefore, Trask's identity as a scientist wasn't a convincing fact. You know, Madame Curie was called the Polish slut by the French. Albert Einstein loved his cousin and had 10 lovers in his life, including a secretary, a Jewish widow, and a florist. Schrödinger, the cat owner that no one knew was alive or dead, has had more lovers than he could count on both hands. The most interesting thing was that once, Schrödinger had a crush on a woman and then invited her husband to be his assistant to take advantage of the situation. Later, he also publicly cohabitated with his wife and lover, resulting in his inability to get along at Oxford University and Princeton, for which someone even quipped, "Is it more difficult to have a wave-particle duality or a wife-lover duality?" The father of neutron physics, Enrico Fermi, visited the red light district to investigate the local customs of each city he visited. Scientists have always had strange and incomprehensible interests. I wouldn't discriminate against you for that, Dr. Trask. Luke waved his hand to show that he wasn't a narrow-minded person. Immediately after, he didn't give Trask a chance to explain and said, "Since Logan is willing to transform with the experiment, then I have nothing to say. Do you have any specific ideas?" "Yes, thanks to William." It can be seen from the address that Trask had a good relationship with Stryker. He discovered a strange metal in the tropical rainforest of Africa. It's a perfect match for Logan. As Trask spoke, he led Luke to the inner room of the lab. The temperature inside was very high, almost like a sauna. The hot air was steaming, stimulating sweat. This is the liquid metal extracted from adamantium ore, which must be kept in a high-temperature liquid state at all times. Once it cools down, its shape will be permanent and can never be changed. Trask said excitedly. I heard that the shield used by Captain America, your comrade in arms, is also mixed with some alloy refined from adamantium ore. Luke followed the other's line of sight and looked towards a square-shaped melting furnace. Inside was a hot, gurgling, mercury-like liquid. Luke, as a world traverser, had certainly heard of adamantium. It was a special kind of ore. It became the world's hardest metal alloy after smelting and melting. However, when broken down, there were several types. For example, the original adamantium. The kind that was injected into Wolverine's body was completely indestructible and extremely precious. Even Thor's Mjolnir could only cause minor damage. In World War, Hulk, in his World Breaker Hulk state, bluntly said he couldn't kill Wolverine. Because to achieve this goal, it was necessary to destroy all Wolverine's body tissues, and he was unable to destroy the adamantium incorporated into the cells. This shows how strong it was. The secondary adamantium was also easier to manufacture but not as tough as the original version. How did you find it in Africa? Luke wasn't very interested in adamantium. After becoming S.H.I.E.L.'s director, he saw things in a similar way to the Pentagon generals. Mass production was the first goal. But overly precious weapons were never meant to be a product of an assembly line. Comment. 30 comments. Vote. Chapter 191, Chapter 188 Brothers Fight, a Passerby. Before the Peace Summit, the dam base on Lake Alkali took the lead in launching the X-Weapons project. 2 people participated in the experiment, Logan and his grumpy brother Victor. The former did it for love and wanted to better protect the woman beside him. The latter was because of brotherly feelings. Sabretooth couldn't tolerate losing to his stupid brother, so he was willing to participate. Trask and Stryker, these 2 guys, could be said to have accurately grasped the thoughts of the 2 mutant brothers. Luke had nothing to say about this. Everyone had to pay for the choices they made, and the pain was one of them. Besides, it wasn't all bad. Logan, who was injected with adamantium, was able to go from a tough 2nd or 3rd tier soldier to a 1st tier warrior. Apart from Omega mutants, there was also a natural nemesis like Magneto and the almost unsolvable mind control from Professor X. Other opponents were just a little more effort on his part. The simple explanation was that he was more resistant to beatings. Major General, even though I have minimized the risk, there's still the possibility of accidents during the transformation process. Trask took precautions. He didn't want to be blamed by his boss if he failed. Although the Weapon X project concept had been proposed a long time ago, it had been repeatedly refined and the data model measured. But, as Murphy's Law says, no matter how unlikely it was, anything that could go wrong would go wrong. Who are you more optimistic about? Luke asked quietly. Within his sight, Wolverine and Sabretooth, the 2 brothers, were stripped naked. Several female researchers, trying to keep an else's working attitude, traced their surgical lines. Before long, the injection syringe controlled by the robot arm would be inserted through these areas. Those red-hot needles would pierce Wolverine and Sabretooth bodies and then inject the extremely hot liquid. Logan. Trask looked at Stryker, who was standing behind him excitedly, and smiled. You think so too, William? Stryker nodded and agreed, Victor is more like a beast. He is crazier and more cold-blooded. He can slaughter his enemies without changing his face, whether they are old people, children, or weak people who have no resistance. From this point, he is more in line with the requirements of the military and the definition of weapon. Trask was convinced. He looked at Sabretooth, with his bearded face and manic, fierce eyes, as if he were admiring a top-quality product. Then why is Logan the most suitable candidate in your mind? Luke stood on the 2nd floor with the busy researchers below him and the mutant brothers lying on the cold metal table with his hands on the railing. Logan kept a clear head. Although he's also a fierce beast, he isn't as crazy as Victor. Major General Cavill, sometimes calmness is more important than cruelty. Trask leads the researchers, ready to start the experiment. Adamantium requires a high temperature of 1500 degrees Fahrenheit to melt into a liquid state. Once cooled and formed, it could no longer be destroyed. Then, according to Trask's idea, the adamantium melted at high temperature would be injected into Wolverine and Sabretooth to form an indestructible steel skeleton. They had extremely powerful self-healing abilities to recover from the severe damage caused to their bodies during the transformation experiment. This was the key reason why Trask chose the two. If a normal person underwent such a transformation, he or she wouldn't survive the final stage. It's starting. Major General Cavill, do you have anything to say? At this time, Trask didn't forget to please his immediate superior. Luke waved his hand. He wasn't a latter-day leader. People that liked to speak in crowded places to build up their image. What are the chances of success for both according to the experimental model you constructed with the data? Luke saw the iron frame sink into the water. Wolverine and Sabretooth looked at each other, seemingly cheering each other on. Then, the robotic arms connected to the many pipes began to operate. Logan is 60%, and Victor is about 40%. Trask replied. To be honest, the success rate wasn't low. The William Stryker-led Weapon X program probably wouldn't reach 40% in the original timeline. Except for Logan, his older brother Victor wasn't even eligible to participate. Once successful, the period when they first wake up, it's possible that they may fall into a state of insanity because of the painful memories left in their brains. Major General Cavill, would you like to avoid it later? Trask habitually identified Luke with that group of Pentagon generals. After that, he realized how stupid he was. This was the Superman who fought Namor and beat Atlantis. Even if Wolverine and Sabretooth completed the transformation experiment, they still wouldn't be Luke's opponents. No need for that. Sure enough, Luke refused the offer. What are you going to do? I don't see any mention in the report about what will be done after the transformation experiment is completed. Brainwashing. Victor is fine. Logan's self-awareness is too strong to be a weapon. Trask hesitated to answer. Is this with my permission, Doctor? Luke looked at the dwarf scientist calmly. There was no emotion on his face. Sorry. I just thought it was better for SHIELD. The gaze from the top of his head, like a sharp sword, caused Trask's body to tremble and filled his heart with fear. He knew that the young Major General didn't like it when people made their own decisions. This isn't an exception. A few long seconds later, Luke's voice came out. Trask, whose legs were weak with fear, relaxed, leaving a cold sweat on his back. There's no need to brainwash. I want a soldier, not a machine. Logan and Victor will be sharp knives in the field team for S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. Obedient puppets are of no use to me. Luke emphasized a few words and continued to focus on the transformation experiment. Trask, apart from being a scientist, wanted to transition into a businessman like Howard Stark. Therefore, he would always consider the various needs of the Pentagon. The usefulness of mutants was more on the level of tools and weapons. Let's start. Luke said faintly. 5 minutes later, the transformation experiment started. The researchers stood in front of the console. The rows of long steel needles radiated cold light. The rotating noise, like a drill bit, echoed in people's ears. The red-hot needle pierced the skin and went deep into the skull. The viscous and boiling adamantium liquid was slowly injected into the body along the tube. The terrible pain destroyed Logan's mental defenses almost instantly. He tried to throw his head back and scream, but the respirator was stuck to his mouth, and he could only exhale a series of air bubbles. His eyes were filled with ferocious tension, just like a wild beast being provoked to fury. His muscles were tight, and thick blood vessels appeared on his skin. Fortunately, Trask was ready. Before the experiment began, Logan and Victor were bound in metal shackles. In case they got out of control, breaking away from the iron frame and interrupting the process. "Doctor, their heartbeats are starting to rise, and their body temperatures are rising," the researcher nervously reported. The vital signs shown on the screen were close to crashing. For ordinary people, they would crash as early as the moment adamantium was injected. Cell rejection, the tissue dissolving, the blood evaporating, and the patient would die that instant. But Logan was different. He had an extremely powerful self-healing ability. Therefore, he had to endure not only the extreme pain of having his body destroyed, but he also had to take the restoration process over and over again. This was terrifying torture. If they didn't have a strong mind, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Victor, on the other side, wasn't much better. His sharp nails scratched the iron frame lying beneath him to vent his inner rage. Due to the painful process of the transformation experiment and their ability to heal themselves, the anesthetics were ineffective. "Keep injecting." Trask was unmoved. The transformation experiment was only at 20%. The boiling hot adamantium fluid had only just covered their skulls. Then there was the torso and extremities. Heart rate 190, it just reached 200. Blood pressure is rising. As the vital signs were reported, the expression on Trask's face became more and more serious. He underestimated the pain caused by the transformation process. Unfortunately, it seems that Logan and Victor may not be able to withstand it. "Major General Cavill, you see." Trask raised his head and looked at Luke, who said nothing. "Go on, this is far from their limit." Luke was calmer than everyone else. He used his supervision to scan Wolverine and Sabretooth bodies through the surface of their skin like an X-ray. The adamantium fluid could quickly destroy tissue cells, evaporate blood and cause great damage to the body. At the same time, it was being integrated into the body and was constantly being repaired, covering the bones and becoming a part of it. "Are you sure?" "Their heart rate has reached 300, and their body temperature is rising. If they continue like this, they will probably have a genetic breakdown and die." Trask hesitated. He still wanted to keep Logan and Victor alive as long as possible or keep one. In this way, more data could be collected to facilitate the next step of the transformation project. "I thought you would have more confidence in them, Doctor," Luke whispered. "Don't give up when you're one step away from success." Trask's face looked heavy. His boss said so, what else could he do? Another 5 minutes passed. The adamantium fluid had covered their torso. The progress of the transformation experiment had been pushed to 50%. The vital signs of the two weren't curves that normal people could understand at all. Heartbeat, temperature, blood pressure. The data fluctuated at an incredible pace. "Stop Victor's transformation. Continue Logan's." Luke took over Trask's authority and began to give orders. Although the heartbeat line on the screen fell rapidly like the stock market, it dramatically rose back up. Logan still had room for transformation, but his cranky older brother was indeed at his limit. Victor's injection was stopped, and the iron frame was slowly lifted out of the water. He had a lot of steam rising from his body, caused by his excessive body temperature. The adamantium liquid began to solidify and form in his body. Since then, Sabretooth has had a hard skull and an indestructible torso. Unfortunately, they were unable to continue with his limbs. 10 minutes later, the injection was completed. Logan had turned into a true Wolverine. It's just that his heartbeat completely stopped and flatlined. Major General Cavill, there's no way. Trask tried to say a few words of comfort, but all he got was, "Shut up." Luke stared at Logan intently, and the whole lab was silent. Everyone held their breath, and no one dared to breathe loudly. Pip. The straight red line fluctuated slightly. Then it turned into a green curve. The heartbeat, which represented his life force, started to make a vigorous sound again. Trask and Stryker, who were standing at the back, looked at each other's eyes. Both had excited faces. He. Logan, who was soaked in water, opened his eyes and grew a pair of alloy claws at the joints of his hands. He chewed the respirator stuck in his mouth and let out a furious growl, just like a wolf king who was provoked. The conscious Logan's mind was filled with manic emotions due to pain and agitation. He directly stood up from the pool used for cooling, exposing his tall, strong body to Luke without any cover. TSK, really charming. Luke turned his head. He wasn't interested in male nudity. Have the researchers retreat and close the access doors on the ground floor. Trask did as he was told, with a look of excitement in his eyes. The killing machine he wanted was halfway there. Don't be happy. If you stand in front of Logan, the first thing he'll do is chop your head off. Luke poured cold water on Trask's inner excitement. Wake Victor up and let the two brothers fight. At this time, it was useless for anyone to reason with Logan. The painful experience that remained in his brain fueled him and completely triggered his inner rage and bloodlust. The best way to eliminate all of that was to fight. The semi-finished adamantium version of Sabretooth versus the complete form of Wolverine. It looks like a really good show. Like a cranky old man, Sabretooth's first thought when he opened his eyes wasn't "who am I, where am I, what am I doing," but rather "shit, that hurts." The second thought was even simpler: who is this naked man in front of me? Then there was whoever it is, kill him first. The thoughts of the two brothers were, surprisingly, the same. Without even saying a word, he directly pounced. Swing, swish, swish. The adamantium claws glinted with a cold light. They are slashing Sabretooth's chest. The latter, without fear, held his head high and pushed forward. Bang! Two adamantium skulls collided. Logan staggered back, shook off his dizziness, and wrestled with his older brother. It was boring to see two mutants with self-healing abilities fight, not at all enjoyable. Because they weren't afraid of injury, they would only attack, not defend. You keep fighting. What are you looking at me for? The fight lasted less than a minute when the two beasts suddenly stopped fighting and looked at Luke on the second floor. The latter looked innocent and shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he was just a watching passerby. Wolverine and Sabretooth looked at each other as if they had reached some kind of consensus. Each roared and pounced on all fours to the second floor. Comment. 43 comments. Vote. Chapter 192, Chapter 189. Since you want to pursue excitement, you should pursue it to the end. The mutant brothers, out of their animal instincts, set their sights on Luke outside the battlefield. Perhaps the remaining sanity told them they should get rid of the outsider first before considering continuing to fight. With just a little eye contact, Victor and Logan made a decision. The former landed on all fours, like a tiger going up the mountain. His claws cut into the wall and pierce firmly into the concrete. He used both hands and feet to run up and reach the second floor within a few seconds. The rugged face, covered with a beard, was filled with a fierce and violent look. Sabretooth, infused with adamantium, became faster and more sensitive than before. "I just admire you, iron-headed kids." Luke said something to himself. Trask and all the researchers had already evacuated under his orders. After injecting adamantium, conventional firepower did not affect these two brothers. Especially Wolverine, this guy could survive the shock wave of an atomic bomb. Unless Luke was cruel enough to destroy the whole damn base and bury these two crazy beasts under reinforced concrete with incalculable weight. Of course, that's only if he didn't want to make a move. It wasn't difficult to wake up the mad Wolverine and Sabretooth with Superman's strength. Consider this a warm-up exercise. Boom! Luke, who identified himself as a passerby, didn't wait for Sabretooth to pounce on him. A high-speed whip kick that explodes the air was thrown directly at his opponent's body. The hard skull injected with adamantium exploded like a watermelon bursting. The scene was quite bloody. The skin tissue on the outside looked like a mass of the pasty substance. The terrifying force stripped away flesh and blood and exposed the silvery white skull. At first glance, it looked a bit like the Ghost Rider, without the flame effects. Hiss. It's really hard. Luke took a deep breath. Adamantium, as expected, his foot didn't even leave a scratch. If it were the previous Victor, his whole head would have exploded. Boom! Victor, who rushed to the second floor, flew out faster than when he came and smashed deeply into the concrete floor. Although, he was now a genuine hard-headed guy relying on adamantium's hardness. He didn't get his head blown away by Luke's kick. But the powerful force, like a 10,000-ton hammer on the head, knocked the beast unconscious. Logan, who had fallen into a frenzy, saw his brother's tragic fate and came to his senses as if a pot of cold water had been poured over him. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The ultimate three questions of life suddenly come to mind. Won't you come up and give it a try? Luke asked, smiling with his hands on the railing. Logan glanced at Victor, who was unconscious, and quickly shook his head. As the former sparring partner, he didn't feel like fighting with Luke again. The feeling of being hollowed out and sore was just too awful. In that case, wear some clothes. I don't want to see two men naked. Luke turned around and disappeared into the lab. He decided to find Melina for the night and wash his eyes properly. Logan stood still, staring blankly at the pair of silvery white alloy claws. He felt that his life was changing. I've gotten stronger. He thought so. Evening, 7:20 p.m. A black car stopped at a fine restaurant in New York, and Luke stepped out. Tonight, he took off his crisp military uniform and put on a tailor-made three-piece suit, like a young upper-class gentleman. Come on, take my hand. Luke held out his hand and held Melina in a gentlemanly manner. This Sicilian beauty, wearing a red backless evening dress, was gorgeous. Like a glowing ruby, it attracted the attention of people passing by. Aren't you supposed to be busy these days? Melina took Luke's arm and asked in a low voice. I heard Peggy say that there is a lot of work for SHIELD to handle. Luke raised an eyebrow, catching a crucial word. Peggy. Are you guys close? He asked curiously. That's a secret. Melina didn't answer but smiled softly. Alessandro has wanted to meet you. He has a lot of ideas about the business in Las Vegas. Luke frowned slightly and shook his head. Let him talk to the Irish mob about this kind of thing. Las Vegas is a gold mine now, it's just that no one has found it yet. The Irish mob has recently made a fortune, and with the support of the Kennedy family, they are making a fortune. Tell Casa to go to Uncle Frank, get several leaders to buy shares, and grow this business together. I don't even need to be there for something as trivial as that. Melina was only responsible for passing on the message. She couldn't do such things as coaxing him to do something. The two stepped into a famous high-end restaurant in Manhattan. The manager had been waiting for them for a long time and led them to a private room on the second floor with a big smile. Luke chose the window seat and helped Melina pull out a chair. Then, he snapped his fingers, signaling the waiter to bring the reserved bottle of high-end red wine. Try the seafood pasta here, it often reminds me of the hostel in Sicily. Luke suggested. He took off his coat and handed the menu to Melina. There was a night view of the Hudson River outside the window, with cruise ships and passenger boats drifting by slowly. The skyscrapers were lit up and reflected in the river, giving it a dreamy atmosphere. Why did you bring me outside today? Melina asked as she looked at the menu. When he found out you were Italian, that John Kidd introduced this restaurant to me. I wanted to come here a few weeks earlier, but so many things happened. After a while, I'll be flying to Paris again to prepare for the Peace Summit. I might not have much time to accompany you. Luke smiled softly. Most of the time, he was a perfect lover. John. Is that the young man from the Kennedy family? I don't like him. Melina raised her fingers and tapped her lips as if thinking of the other party's identity. Why? Did he hit on you? Luke narrowed his eyes with a hint of anger. Although he connected with the Irish mob, his relationship with the Kennedy family wasn't bad. It was impossible to care about anything else when it came to the problem that men couldn't tolerate most. He didn't. In the whole of New York, who dares to think about Major General Cavill's woman? Melina was half teasing and half serious. After following Luke to New York, she gained the respect she never had before. The Major General sitting across from her, with his unbelievably rapid rise through the ranks, had given herself an extraordinarily dignified and enviable life of comfort. I just don't like the way Kennedy Jr. treats women. Melina sighed and whispered, it would remind me of those days in Sicily. It's all in the past, forget about that. Luke ended the unpleasant conversation by raising his glass. Before long, the seafood pasta was served. As it turns out, John F. Kennedy Jr. knew a thing or two about dining and drinking. This restaurant was very pleasing. It was just a simple seafood pasta, but the ingredients were high quality. King crab legs, king prawns, squid, clams, and mussels, delicious seafood garnished with pasta in a rich sauce. Luke rolled the pasta twice with a fork and found it to be a soft, fine Italian angel pasta that retained a certain amount of firmness and very good texture. The sweet and sour tomato sauce, along with the sumptuous seafood, would make you want to devour it. After 2 glasses of red wine, Melina's face was flushed. Under the orange light, it was breathtaking. Luke wiped the corners of his mouth after dinner. The waiter was instructed to take all the plates away, leaving only the third of the high-end red wine left. This is a tip. He held a large bill between his fingers and handed it to the waiter. The smile on his face suddenly twitched, and his expression became a bit odd. "Do you need anything, General Cavill?" The waiter gratefully took the tip and asked enthusiastically. "No, nothing. I want to enjoy the night view here, please don't let others come and disturb me." Luke resumed his calm demeanor, and when the waiter left, he reached out and grabbed the naughty leg under the table. "Melina, you are a little drunk." In other words, this Sicilian beauty wouldn't have done such a reckless and daring act. "I remember you used to say you liked the pursuit of excitement." Melina, who was slightly drunk, was in a good mood, and her red lips fluttered. There was a charming elegance in the twinkling of her eyes. "Are you sure you want to do that here?" Luke leaned forward, the corners of his mouth slightly curled. "Will you refuse me, Major General?" Melina asked with a wink. "Well, I like this after-dinner course." Luke puts aside his pretentious side and reveals the true nature of a man. Melina, who received the answer, took a sip from her goblet and crouched down under the table with the mouth full of red wine. Hiss! The Major General drew in a breath of cold air. Just as he said to Rogers, once in a while, romance often paid off handsomely. Weekly mass release. 300 Power Stones, 1 extra chapter tomorrow. 600 Power Stones, 3 extra chapters tomorrow. 900 Power Stones, 5 extra chapters tomorrow. New novel launched on Patreon. Most unique Naruto fanfic you will ever read. Visit patreon.com/binge-translation. Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 193, Chapter 190 on how to relieve fatigue from driving, and the standard manual for novice drivers. Most of the time, sensory stimulation comes not only from the body but also from psychological enjoyment and experience. It's like the old driver who often drove, from reversing into the garage initially to smoothly drifting through the corner after, integrating all kinds of skills. Gradually becoming familiar with controlling the speed and throttle. Knowing when to speed up and when to slow down. Gradually, the driver would develop a sense of fatigue. It's hard to find the special excitement when he first touched the headlights softly and held the round steering wheel. If the car was of extremely high grade, it might have been possible to delay the situation. Super sports cars like Pagani, Ferrari, and Lamborghini. Just playing with the delicate lines, the voluptuous headlights, and the round and full body of the car was enough to make people feel satisfied. However, the family class ordinary car would inevitably get boring after driving for too long. At this time, it was often necessary to develop some new gestures, new techniques. From there, you could find the excitement of the past and awaken the passion inside. In this way, Luke had a pleasant evening. Looking out at the night view of the Hudson River, he experienced the thrill of both heaven and earth. It's a wonderful evening. Very memorable. The next morning, Luke opened his eyes, got up, and sat on the bed. Looking at the messy battlefield and the clothes flung everywhere. He couldn't help smiling at the thought of last night's indulgence and ecstasy. I've never thought of developing a new way to play before. Luke regretted that he was still too young and only confined the battlefield to his bed. Gently pulling out his right hand, resting behind Melina's head, he walked into the washroom, naked. A few minutes later, clad in a robe, he sat on the sofa. His body dispensed heat and evaporated the water traces. He picked up the mirror and started shaving with heat vision, completely unscientific and amazing. After a quick clean-up, Luke recalled the schedule in his mind. Some of the more important events included a trip to the White House for an award ceremony and meeting with the mutants of the Hellfire Club at SHIELD. "I have a full schedule today," he muttered. From now on, he would be a lieutenant general in the army. This promotion speed had set a new record in the history of the United States, and it seemed that no one else would be able to break it. Howard hadn't shown up since he came back from piloting the Nautilus himself. Luke ordered breakfast through room service. Thinking that Melina might have to sleep for a while, he didn't wake her up. After all, last night was a fierce battle and quite physically demanding. "Unfortunately, I haven't found a strong opponent to match me evenly," Luke lamented as he brushed the toast with jam. "Adequate variety of positions would give people a fresh feeling. But it's a pity that he couldn't try the true fierce impact of the rushing waves." He spent a few minutes enjoying a simple breakfast. Luke changed into his lieutenant general's uniform for the ceremony and went to the wide balcony. "I'll go to Howard's house first and see what he's up to." With his legs bent, he leaped. Superman shot into the sky. Howard had purchased several real estate properties in New York, Washington, D.C., and elsewhere. According to Luke's understanding of him, he would stay in his villa in Long Island, New York. The guy had bragged more than once that he had a winery in western Long Island. And he also said that he would invite Rogers and Luke over for Thanksgiving next year. Boom! The sturdy figure flying at high speed broke through the sound barrier. In almost no time at all, Luke arrived in western Long Island. It was surrounded by the sea on three sides, with a humid climate and many forests and hills. Future generations recognized it as one of the most suitable areas for people to live in the world. As a result, Long Island quickly became a gathering place for wealthy New Yorkers. A variety of townhouses had been developed and established with various supporting facilities. Howard, who was keen on enjoying life, bought an estate a long time ago. Every summer and winter, he would come here for a vacation and experience the boring life of a rich man. Boom! Luke landed accurately in Howard's yard, sending up a cloud of dust. As he deliberately made no effort to restrain his power, the movement was so great that it rattled the windows. "I told you, can't you knock? It's like a bomber dropping bombs every time, scaring me half to death." Howard, whose hair was messy like a bird's nest, snapped open the window and loudly complained. He was draped in a flashy burgundy nightgown with heavy dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept for several days and nights and was on the verge of dying so suddenly, like an internet-addicted teen. "That's why you should build a landing pad in your backyard. It makes it easier for me to visit." Luke ignored Howard's complaints and continued, "Peggy said you haven't clocked in at SHIELD for 4 days. Although you're only a science advisor by title, and there are no set hours, the work on the nuclear reactor model improvements and the Tesseract testing project all require you to utilize that brilliantly mindfully. Hey, do you know how I've been spending the last few days?" Howard's face showed a trace of pride, and he said, "I got inspiration from the Nautilus nuclear reactor and started to design a more effective and powerful energy system. It's the key to the future. I haven't slept for a week because of this." Luke was somewhat dubious, frowned, and asked, "Can't you finish the design of the new energy system by staying in S.H.I.E.L.D? I can. But after I came back from the Atlantic Ocean, I was excited that night. I spent over 30 hours in the underground laboratory and worked out the first version of the design." Howard scratched his head and awkwardly said, "You know, when a scientist's inspiration breaks out, he can't take care of anything else. so I forgot about SHIELD and whatever work there was. Besides, compared with being absent from S.H.I.E.L.D for 4 days, I haven't set foot in Stark Industry for almost half a month. The last time my secretary came over to make sure her boss was still alive and hadn't been secretly murdered and buried in the yard. After listening to Howard's cold humor, Luke couldn't help but feel that the Stark father and son had similarities in many ways. This was also the case when Tony developed the series of armors. He just wanted to praise with a few words when he vaguely heard a charming female voice in Howard's room. A few seconds later, a slender arm rested on the guy's shoulder. Half of the young face peeked out, the corners of her eyes and eyebrows still had a hint of blush. It looks like this wasn't long after his morning workout. Oh, is this what you call an inspirational outburst, an exploration of science? Luke showed a look of contempt. He really shouldn't have any unrealistic delusions about Howard. He thought that the chicken coop head and the heavy dark circles under his eyes were all from researching the arc reactor. Unexpectedly, it was just overindulgence and the after effects of sex. When Einstein finished his paper on general relativity, he had a little bit of fun in his office with his female secretary. As scientists, we're only releasing our inner joy and excitement this way, not just indulging in women, Howard said convincingly. He simply pushed away from the unknown woman who was hugging him and scampered downstairs. After being frightened by Luke, he had entered the sage-like thinking mode, completely immune to the temptation of women. Come on, come on. Let me show you my latest research results. Howard couldn't wait to show Luke the key to the future. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 194, Chapter 191 Arc Reactor, Initial Design. Extra Chapter. Before that, can you put on your clothes first? Seeing Howard's eager appearance, Luke glanced at his open robe, wide open and almost unobstructed. Melina needs to wash my eyes again tonight, he thought to himself. It's not important. Einstein could teach at MIT even though he was wearing pajamas. The light of wisdom is far more important than the cloth that covers the flesh. Howard was very excited. Not sure if it was because he had just finished his morning workout or because he couldn't wait to show Luke his latest results. I finally know why the French literati like to visit brothels. You just slept with a woman, and even your words become poetic. If you sleep a few times more, wouldn't you become Shakespeare? Luke grinned, but he didn't refuse Howard's invitation. At the west of Long Island, this vacation estate had a basic underground laboratory because he often came here. Howard didn't lack money anyway. When this guy was inspired or eager to do some research, it would always come in handy. Moreover, according to him, sometimes his mind went blank, and he would just bring women here. Looking at those complicated formulas while doing some intense workouts, it was easier to stimulate thinking and generate sparks. Luke expressed his disbelief in such a nasty statement, not even a punctuation mark. Haven't you ever thought of tidying up? He asked as he walked into the underground lab. Compared to his son's futuristic high-tech private lab, Iron Man's father's workplace was much more modest. A long metal oval table was in a mess, with all kinds of research papers and all sorts of tools. 4 leftover pizza boxes, 5 or 6 cups of soda water, and lots of coffee. From the smell of the garbage, you can tell that Howard probably wasn't lying. These days, he was staying in the lab. Only in this messy state could I find the tools I needed to use. If I cleaned up and put them away, I might not be able to work properly. Howard waved his hand. This is a personal habit. The butler Jarvis, who occasionally came to look after him, had long been used to it. Behind him, there were two simple stretchable whiteboards, which were densely packed with a large number of formulas written on them, and the knowledge in them was enough to make people dizzy. Luke scanned it and asked curiously, "You plan to use palladium as the energy core?" "You got it." "Well, that's not surprising. Anything unthinkable that happens to Superman seems so normal." Howard spoke with a dramatic expression, then continued, "I was involved in the Manhattan Project before. Oppenheimer was studying nuclear fission, using chain reactions to release terrifying amounts of energy. Although I am an arms dealer, I am not interested in uncontrollable weapons of mass destruction. And there are enough talented people in that field that there's no need to squeeze one more in. So, you set your eyes on nuclear fusion." Luke picked up the conversation and casually picked up a piece of design sketch. "In terms of the idea, the prototype of the tokamak thermonuclear fusion reactor was already in place. In appearance, it was a bit like the big guy that was later placed in Stark's Industries' Weapons Research and Development Department. Tony Stark, the Iron Man, was inspired by it to develop a smaller version of the arc reactor." "That's right. The fuel used for fusion energy is deuterium and tritium, which are found in abundance in seawater. There's one deuterium atom in every 6,500 hydrogen atoms, and the total deuterium in seawater is about 45 trillion tons." Howard snapped his fingers. It was the best thing in the world to have someone who could understand what he said. The deuterium contained in each liter of seawater is completely fused, and the fusion energy released is equivalent to the energy of 300 liters of gasoline. According to the energy consumed by the world, the fusion energy of deuterium in seawater can be used for tens of billions of years. Therefore, as long as I solve the problem of nuclear fusion, I will solve the world's energy problem." Luke, who was keeping pace, nodded and chuckled. Even the Atlanteans, who are an ocean civilization, hadn't overcome the technical difficulties yet. "Where did your confidence come from?" "The technology and technical requirements for nuclear fusion technology were very high, and control over nuclear fusion was even more troublesome. Of course, this was only for the real world that Luke used to live in. There was no scientific barrier in the Marvel universe at all. As long as a genius was inspired, he would soon develop a finished product close to revolutionary. One of the representatives was Mr. Reed Richards. Because I'm a genius of the Stark family." Howard touched his mustache and said proudly. "Speak seriously." Luke gave the other a blank stare. Narcissism and genius were the Stark family's legacy. "Well, after I returned to New York from the Atlantic Ocean after flying the Nautilus, I began to experiment with various energy-releasing cores." Howard coughed twice and solemnly said, "Perhaps finding palladium was a revelation from the heavens. It's the 46th chemical element, monometallic, with excellent catalytic properties. I used palladium to electrolyze heavy water and observed unusually high energy production, and measured neutron and tritium production." "What does this mean?" "If I use palladium as the energy core, make a large annular vacuum chamber, wind a coil around it, push it with electric current, generate a huge spiral magnetic field inside it, and then heat the plasma in it to a high temperature, the effect of nuclear fusion could be achieved." Howard was so excited that he danced around. It was an amazing discovery for him and exciting breakthrough research for the world. Details need to be considered. For example, stability, energy loss, and how to apply. These are problems that can't be ignored. Luke pondered for a moment and gave a reply. Howard was indeed a real genius. He easily overcame a major hurdle across the ages. You're right, I just made a general framework. There is still a lot of information to fill in. Howard, who was excited, finally recovered his calm thoughts. Didn't the United States military have Operation Paperclip? SHIELD has recruited so many German scientists. Look for a few people related to nuclear physics to form a team, what do you think? This is fine. However, the Soviet Union vigorously developed its nuclear industry and took away a group of people before. You may not find value in the remaining elites. Luke shrugged his shoulders. He knew Howard was very demanding of his researchers. Wait, I have a good candidate. I met a scientist from the Soviet Union, the last time we had a reception at the Atomic Energy Commission. Howard frowned and tried to recall. His name is Anton Vanko. I heard that he defected from the Soviet Union and had presided over important projects. We talked about the research on nuclear fission and fusion, and he's barely a junior member of the Genius Club, so that he might be a good helper. Luke blinked. Was this the beginning of the family feud between Stark and Anton? Okay, I'll go to the Atomic Energy Commission and ask for them. He nodded and agreed, paused, and asked meaningfully, Howard, have you ever thought of shrinking the reactor to serve as the core energy source for some kind of weapon? Like what? Like powerful armor. Vote for another extra chapter tomorrow. Read 40+ advanced chapters and exclusive access to new book. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Comment. 28 comments. Vote. Chapter 195, Chapter 192 Iron Man's Father, Real Technology. Power Armor. Howard frowned slightly, not understanding the meaning. At this time, the science fiction master Robert Heinlein's Starship Troopers wasn't yet published, and powered armor was a relatively unknown concept. The best-selling, Hugo Award-winning science fiction book about the war was later adapted into the classic movie Starship Troopers, in which soldiers wore military gear similar to a powered exoskeleton. Many games, films, and television works of later generations had adopted this concept and carried it forward. Is similar to my Superman suit. Luke explained in simple terms. He had always been interested in making Howard Stark the first Iron Man. Why did he have to wait for a few decades to let Tony face journalists and say the classic line "I am Iron Man"? In terms of brains, Howard was no worse than his son. Anyway, the timeline had been messed up, and even the Ancient One had a headache. Then ignore the original story. The advantage of foresight was no longer important to Luke. He had long since completed the original build-up and entered the development stage of explosive growth. Superman suit. I've always wondered how Hydra's people worked out that thing. It needs nanomolecular technology, which is impossible to realize right now. A look of incomprehension emerged in Howard's eyes. Before the major innovations in microscope technology, we knew very little about the world of atoms and molecules. And your cool battle suit belongs to the mature application of nanotechnology. To be honest, I do not believe that the scientists of Hydra mastered the cutting-edge technology to control single atoms, molecules and explore the microscopic world. Luke picked his eyebrows. Trying to fool a genius wasn't easy. Their heads were always full of all kinds of strange questions, and it was easy to find those unreasonable points. It's not important. Luke cleared his throat and said, there are many unknown things in the world, just like the Tesseract. Does it matter to you that it's a product of this era? Howard was speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to feel that it made sense and put away his suspicious eyes. So, you're saying that I should make a similar suit and use the reactor as the core energy source? As Iron Man's father, Howard quickly understood Luke's idea and began to consider the feasibility. Let me think about it. That's a very high-tech suit you've got there. It's soft, tough and malleable, and has strong applicability. The nanomolecular technology allows the surface to be freely assembled and modified. You have resisted a tank's main gun and ended up unharmed. The suit was not damaged in any way, which proves that it absorbs intense heat, energy, and, for further consideration, probably radiation. If I were to design it, I would definitely arrange atoms and molecules in a specific way, make something similar to artificial muscle fibers, and then program the coding, which could be developed for a variety of uses. For example, surface hardening, like an upgraded version of body armor. It can resist machine guns and artillery, and absorbs the refracted light from the surrounding area, completing the double invisibility of the naked eye and the instruments. As an arms dealer, Howard was a natural at brainstorming, speaking of technical research and specific applications. By the way, I remember the generals at the Pentagon, who wanted you to hand in your battle suit and study the technology. Why did they stop talking afterward? He paused and looked at Luke, who listened carefully. To be honest, Howard was also very interested in Superman's battle suit. But considering that Luke may not agree and that it felt strange to study people's intimate garments, he then gave up on the idea. That's right. Luke nodded his head. Colonel Phillips tested my reaction and said that the Pentagon and the White House were ready to have a questioning session. Later, Namor appeared from Atlantis and damaged 2 aircraft carriers of the Atlantic Fleet. After I pushed them back, no one ever mentioned it. I'm very talkative. I don't mind working with the Pentagon and the White House to hold a question and answer session. Howard rolled his eyes, automatically ignoring the implausible answer, and returned to the dining room on the first floor in his robe. Jarvis, the butler, wasn't here today. He was usually only responsible for the care of Howard's New York mansion and only came here occasionally. It was said that the competent butler, who was in his 30s, was quite an English gentleman. He served in the British Air Force and was the champion boxer for 3 consecutive years after his discharge. His skills were extraordinary, but also very good at his job. Howard's best friend and reliable helper. Thinking of Alfred, the butler in the studio next door had the amazing record of beating Superman. Every time Luke greeted Jarvis, he would subconsciously be politer. After all, in the superhero world, if you could do a good job as a butler, you must have some hidden skills. You have a very interesting proposal, but the actual implementation is a bit of a problem. Howard said while eating a sandwich with his cheeks bulging, let's put the energy system aside for the time being. The first thing we have to deal with is the materials. Ordinary alloy steel is not enough. For the protection of one's own body, as well the defense against heavy weapons and shock absorption, these all need to be considered. Secondly, I don't have inhuman power like you. To improve the power of the power armor, I need to carry all kinds of weapons, such as machine guns, micromissiles, propellers, and so on. I've just thought about it. If I were to make the actual thing, it would be a small giant, 3 or 4 meters high, which may be very bulky to operate and could only be used as a kind of mobile fortress to attract firepower. I don't think it's very useful. I'd prefer it to be closer to a normal human form, preferably eye-catching. Being strong isn't a trivial matter, but looking cool is important. Howard swallowed his last sandwich bite and took a sip of his hot milk. Hearing Luke's suggestion, he was excited. But as a scientist pursuing truth and pragmatism, Howard thought carefully and found that the feasibility wasn't high. On the one hand, he was limited by the times. On the other hand, it involved many technical problems. Nothing could be achieved unless a great deal of energy and time was put into it. As Lenin said, there will be bread, and there will be milk. As long as there's a will, there's a way. Atlantis could solve technical problems. As for materials, I can send you a surprise gift package when the time comes. Luke had a mysterious look on his face, somehow resembling the old man with the white beard who stuffs presents into stockings at Christmas. But that's for later. Now get your ass in the shower, fix your mustache and messy hair, and get to Washington, D.C. Today is my award ceremony. Hearing Luke's orders, Howard subconsciously smelled his pajamas and found an unpleasant odor of stale food. He obeyed the instructions rather obediently. Gee, the youngest lieutenant general in the history of the United States, what an enviable guy. Before leaving, he took a sip of the lemon slice from his fruit plate and spoke sourly. White House, South Lawn. Not long ago, the president added a balcony to the South Colonnade, and in the process, conducted a thorough inspection of the country's highest-ranking official residence. As a result, it was found that the problem was too serious and there were many safety hazards, so it was decided to start a major renovation. Now, the president's family had moved across Pennsylvania Avenue to Blair House. The press conference was held today to honor Major General Cavill and was scheduled to be held here. Otherwise, it would be difficult to see the president and cabinet members gathered in the White House. Major, oh no, should call you Lieutenant General. The president, who hadn't given his speech on stage yet, faced the reporters and affectionately shook Luke's right hand. It seemed that he hadn't given up on the idea of introducing his daughter to the other party. I just did my duty and carried out what I should have done to keep the world peaceful, it's nothing big. Luke, as always, spoke pretty words that even he didn't believe. He met the president's daughter, although the other party showed great enthusiasm and initiative. However, Luke's interest was lacking, and he couldn't muster the motivation. The last time they met, he merely showed his attitude by returning a polite smile and maintaining basic manners. It's time to think about starting a family, General. The president was still reluctant to give up and actively said, I talked to your uncle, Frank. He would love to see you get married and have children and live a happy, quiet life. Luke curled his lips, playing the relationship card. He didn't want to enter that marriage grave so early. It would only trip him up. How could he give up the ambitious goal of seeing the sea of stars? Playing house would only delay him. With all due respect, Mr. President, I'm not as good as the papers and the journalists make me out to be. Luke showed a serious expression and continued, if you know anything about it, you should know about my private life. That's not a problem. The president acted as if he was a generous person, saying that he had been there and understood everything. It's normal to like a beautiful girl. Look at Kennedy Jr., he plays with such reckless abandon, but that doesn't stop him from being a promising young man. I have heard a bit about the general's private life. Apart from that Sicilian woman, there is also Miss Carter from SHIELD, right? You see, only two. This has nothing to do with being sexually active, it can be said to be clean and disciplined, a model among young people. Luke's mouth was slightly open, somewhat unresponsive. The trend in the upper class has been opening up to this extent. Having two lovers still didn't earn him the title of a playboy. He was about to be promoted to lieutenant general but inexplicably felt belittled. It isn't easy for a young man in a high position like you to keep his heart and restrain his desire. The president loosened his hand, tidied up his suit, and prepared to give a speech on stage. After the honoring ceremony, I'm going to have a family dinner. Mr. Lieutenant General, you must come over. After our last meeting, my daughter Mary admired you and chanted your name every day. Luke was once again shocked to learn that there was such a thing as a father who would forcefully sell his daughter. If he could do it, the president couldn't wait to force him to comply. Luke, who felt a sense of crisis, anxiously racked his brain to find a solution. Wait. He looked at Howard in the back, and an idea came to mind. It's time for this self-proclaimed playboy to demonstrate his true skills. Vote. Comment. 20 comments. Vote. Chapter 196, Chapter 194. Is that all right, General? Last chapter got uploaded twice, so here's an extra chapter. The breeze was soothing, and the sky was clear. The spacious lawn, known as the presidential garden, was filled with hedges of bushes and shady trees, making for an excellent view. There was also a pond in the center. The fountain was pouring, several feet high and crystal clear. The press conference was held at the South Gate, and all the major newspapers from New York sent their reporters to gather here with long and short lenses. Of course, these were officially recognized media. Just now, the president, who was still selling his daughter, walked up to the stage with great poise and eloquence. In a calm and vibrant tone, he looked back on the past of the United States and imagined a bright future. 40 minutes later, when the lengthy and tedious official speech was over, the reporters were able to refresh themselves and stop the urge to doze off. The camera was aimed at the young Major General, the Lieutenant General now. Any newspaper in New York would know that Superman was a walking news headliner. The industry's brightest beacon of light could boost newspaper sales with a casual photo and a little gossip. The only pity was that Luke usually traveled, either took a car from the Pentagon or flew directly over. This made it difficult for paparazzi to track, and almost no one in the industry has ever taken a candid picture of Superman, let alone unearthed a scandalous story. Apart from some anonymous photographs of him flying in midair, overlooking Berlin, and pushing an aircraft carrier, the two photos, hailed by millions of people, were taken by different people. I don't know how they did it. The reporter off stage lamented. Was it that guy Walter Jameson, the young reporter for the Bugle? Luke started reading from his written speech and casually scanned the members of the newspapers at the bottom and found a guy who was almost a familiar face. According to the Age, the clever young man may be the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle and the father of Jonah Jameson, Spider-Man's #1 anti-fan. Frankly speaking, the whole ceremony was boring. It was nothing more than a huge positive energy pep talk, reviewing the hard times America had before and emphasizing the nation's spirit of freedom and democracy. Then, a few humorous jokes were inserted to liven up the atmosphere. Finally, in a high, intense tone, make a summary end. In essence, it's the same routine as those awards parties where the winning stars thank the Academy, mom and dad and all the people who supported me. Luke's speech was short, and it would end in 20 minutes. Then there was the President's Award. They shook hands and took a group photo. On the surface, it was bland. When it was published in the newspaper in a few hours, it would cause a heated discussion. Superman's popularity, which was gradually fading, might be popular again. It was said that the red light district of New York, some time ago, also launched a special service of female warlock dress-up play, specifically for those loyal fans who worship Superman. Luke wasn't surprised by this. The erotic industry in the free country had always been the most popular. When superhero movies exploded, all kinds of Iron Man vs. Mystique, Hulk vs. Black Widow, Thor vs. Loki, and so on, would it be strange? Even during a certain presidential campaign, a publisher released the Blu-ray disc of Trump vs. Hillary. This must be Clinton's trauma. Mr. President, I have a meeting with the mutants of the Hellfire Club later. As for the family dinner, I'll be there on time. After stepping down, Luke exchanged pleasantries casually and then left. Before attending the meeting, he went to Howard's side and whispered a few words in his ear. The other party's expression changed from reluctance to swaying and rejection until it was readily accepted in less than 10 seconds. I believe that with your charm, there wouldn't be any problems. Luke patted Howard on the shoulder and encouraged him. Not long after, he appeared in a small reception room in the White House Red Room. Where are the others? Luke, who quietly left the press conference, looked at the White Queen standing at the window. Still under inspection by the Pentagon. This is the White House, the most important center of power in the country. No mutant has ever stepped into this place with a straight face. The White Queen's tone was complicated, and her mood was even more nuanced. Looking out at the lively scene not far away, she thought she would lead the mutants and formally appear in front of the whole world. This was a bold and unprecedented attempt and an important moment to change the future. Emma, when you take this step, you will face tremendous pressure and heavy responsibilities. Luke walked over. The Hellfire Club, which had lost Sebastian Shaw, could be said to be leaderless. There were still a few people who were dissatisfied with the White Queen's ascendancy. They were all loyal followers of Shaw and radical stalwarts. Therefore, Luke was going to hold a consultation meeting to have a friendly exchange with those people. This would also facilitate SHIELD to develop relevant cooperation. It's the first time for me to have this feeling of insecurity. The White Queen crossed her arms to her chest, and a trace of bewilderment surfaced on her cold, arrogant, delicate face. It was unrealistic to expect a young girl in her 20s to bear the expectations of her compatriots and the goal of uplifting the mutant population. Even if it was Professor X, of the same age, he might not be able to perform better than the White Queen. Responsibility could be said to be the heaviest word in the world. It took enough courage and perseverance to shoulder. General Cavill, you know what? I used to be a very self-conscious person because I didn't get any care from my family. The White Queen, feeling something, shrank her shoulders and her voice became lower. My father was the perfect example of a ruthless businessman. My mother has abused drugs and was addicted to alcohol every day. My brother is gay. My sister, Kayla, liked to show the best to outsiders, but she was actually not that kind of person, and occasionally has very bad moments. After awakening my ability, I listened to their voices and felt their truest emotions. It was a nightmare. When you find out that your parents hate each other to death, and each has a secret to hide, it's devastating. Sounds like a tough life. Fortunately, it's all behind you, and it's worth celebrating. Luke leaned against the table and handed her a glass of bourbon. And then what? He tried his best and acted as a serious listener. I chose a boarding school. By using my natural ability to cheat, I changed the fact that my grades weren't good and became the most popular girl in school. The White Queen took the glass, took a sip, and revealed a self-deprecating smile. After graduation, I would probably become a teacher. Because everyone thought that I had special communication skills, and I could always understand everyone's personality, habits, and become friends with them. But it didn't take long for me to get tired of listening to people's hearts. Lieutenant General, can you understand my feelings? Everyone seems to be transparent, and their worst, most disgusting, dirtiest, and truest side appears in my eyes without any disguise. I've never dated any boys at school because every time, I could read the dirty thoughts in their minds. I don't have a good friend in the true sense. Their superficial enthusiasm couldn't hide the cruel fact that they would call me bitch and little slut behind my back. Luke smiled and acted as a spiritual teacher promptly. Ironically, someone with psychic ability had a lot of problems in her own mind. You have to learn to relax, Emma. There is no place in the world where there's a pure and beautiful heart. Even an innocent child would use hot water to destroy an ant's nest and release their malice. Luke said softly as he slowed his tone. Restrain the urge to listen so that life becomes exciting. Lieutenant General, every time I chat with you, I always relax. After finishing the glass of bourbon, the White Queen collected her superfluous expression, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It's probably because I can't guess what you are going to say. To me, lies are even rarer than truth. A slender finger was gently placed on Luke's chest. Like scratching an itch, it flicked back and forth. Another long, straight leg rubbed against his trouser leg. If you're a regular person, you may want to be wary. Because the White Queen could turn into a diamond, it could easily cut through the skin and tear flesh. A seemingly beautiful temptation may be a life-threatening move. But Luke's face remained unchanged, and his tone was faint. Is this seduction? No, General, this is cooperation. The White Queen's tightly knitted brow stretched, the exquisite ice-like face smiled sweetly. As you said before, verbal promises can't be trusted, paper contracts can also be torn. In this case, I think that instead of building trust slowly and reducing the efficiency of cooperation, we should use more in-depth ways to increase mutual understanding. What do you think? Glancing down at the stunning snow-white skin, Luke shook his head and said, "This isn't a suitable battlefield. General, look at the group of people out there. They include the President, cabinet officials, and Pentagon generals, all of whom stand at the top of the pyramid of power." The White Queen's smile grew stronger, as if she had thrown off some kind of restraint and let herself go. Don't you think it's more exciting to be in a formal setting like this? Luke breathed deeply, suppressing his inner impulse. Most of the time, he kept his cool and avoided being influenced by impulsive emotions. I like being proactive, Emma. Luke held the finger that was fiddling with his chest and emphasized, I don't like being led around. Even if we need to have an in-depth exchange, it's up to me to decide when and where. The White Queen seemed disappointed and withdrew her provocative finger. Before Luke could breathe a sigh of relief, she leaned back and half-slumped on the white desk. Now, the White House. Is that all right, General? Read next 40 chapters and exclusive access to upcoming book only on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. Comment. 32 comments. Vote. Chapter 197, Chapter 195. Don't say it, the Iceman has feelings. West wing of the White House, peripheral buildings. This is a trap. How can humans accept us? Shaw makes a good point. Genetics is the only criterion for determining the rank of species, and mutants are better, which is why they rejected us. Pyro, dressed like a hippie, played with a DuPont lighter in his hand while creating loud noises and unsettling panic. Don't let your guard down, Regan. They are probably next door discussing how to lure mutants onto the operating table so they could perform those evil and cruel scientific experiments. Leaning back on the couch, quietly reading the National Geographic magazine, Iceman Regan shook his head and asked, "Where did you hear all this from?" Miss Frost wouldn't tolerate such a thing. The reason she is willing to work with humanity is to create a better future for her fellow compatriots, not to take us to hell. That's what Corey said. Pyro shrugged his shoulders and pouted. The government is bad, big companies are bad, scientists are bad. Only small people like us can save the world. Besides, Regan, that Miss Frost you're talking about is a snitch. Can the club trust a person who betrayed their compatriots? Hearing that last sentence, Iceman Regan seemed to get irritated. He abruptly stopped turning the pages of the book, his face flushed red as if he had been insulted. He stared at his friend, who kept opening and closing the lighter, and spoke in a cold voice, "Shut up, Pyro. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't knock your two front teeth out with my fists." Well. Good old Regan is angry and wants to get into a fight. Is it because I told the truth and ruined your idea of a perfect goddess? Pyro spoke in an exaggerated tone that drew the attention of the others. In this spacious reception room, there were over 20 members of the Hellfire Club. Most of them were young people who were once loyal supporters of Sebastian Shaw and staunch radicals. A few people sat on the other side of the sofa, the barely moderate party. There was a clear distinction between the two sides. There had never been any unity within the mutant population, especially regarding integration into society and attitudes toward human beings. Drake, I'm warning you. Speak carefully. Miss Frost is no traitor or snitch. She saved the mutants at the club, and without her, we would still be in the hands of Sebastian Shaw, the war criminal, and cold-blooded butcher. Regan, the Iceman, glared at the other side fiercely, his tone hid a little anger. It was as if his hidden thoughts were exposed, annoyed, like angry. Not long ago, the White Queen went to Poland and brought conclusive evidence of the atrocities committed by Sebastian Shaw in Auschwitz before the members of the club. As Luke said, to whitewash someone, all you needed to do was discredit his or her counterparts in any era. It's all about who was worse than whom. Not to mention, Sebastian Shaw's dark history was numerous, they didn't need to forge anything. This guy was able to fool young people who weren't well educated during World War II when information circulation was slow. If the internet had been developed like the 21st century, he would have been eliminated. Heh, who knows if it's true. Anyway, Shaw can't come forward to explain. Pyro said contemptuously. He used to be a big fan of Sebastian Shaw, and so was Regan, the Iceman. However, with Shaw's dark history coming out, they directly turned from being fans to hating and becoming a supporter of the White Queen. And Pyro still chose to believe those extreme statements, which were similar to the racial theories from the Third Reich. Regan, I suggest you come to your senses. Pyro, who was already a pain in the ass, turned the National Geographic magazine on the table to the page with a picture of a green prairie and hinted, the White Queen and Major General Superman have a special relationship. I heard that during the talks on Liberty Island, she knocked on someone's door late at night and stayed for over an hour. And now, We've all waited almost 2 hours and still haven't seen the White Queen or Major General Superman yet." When Regan heard this, he was so angry that he turned blue. He clenched his fist, he could almost imagine it. The look of sadness and anger, like a good student who found out that the goddess he was secretly in love with might be having an affair with a delinquent from another school. At this moment, only a classic heartbreaking violin song could accurately reflect Regan's complex mood. This young man in his 20s did admire the White Queen. After all, who didn't like a woman with white skin, beautiful temperament, cold appearance, and long legs when they were young? Crack crack. Due to the emotional turmoil, the cup of coffee Regan was holding froze in his hand. These two young mutants possessed the same natural abilities as the later generations Iceman and Pyro. Both common nature element abilities. But Iceman Regan's rank wasn't as high as the other one. He was a beta-level mutant, the third level in the pyramid. There was far less room for growth than the other Iceman. The other had an omega-level potential, and the degree of control at the molecular level was only limited by imagination and talent and hasn't been demonstrated. Of course, on the bright side, the White Queen may not have done it of her own volition. Pyro's eyes turned, and his attitude changed. Shaw died in the hands of that Major General Superman. He was an alpha-level mutant, and even if he lost, I'm sure the Hellfire Club wouldn't be able to stand up to him. To save our compatriots, your goddess is forced to submit to Major General Superman's lustful authority. Does that make you feel better? The Iceman, Regan, who had loosened his palm, clenched it again. The picture in his mind became clearer. Listening to Pyro's words, he simply felt humiliated by that powerful man face to face. The sense of empathy was too strong. "You bastard!" A combination of intense anger, inexplicable excitement, and relief that even he didn't notice prompted Regan to throw his fists at Pyro, who was sitting across from him. "If it was really like that, maybe I'll feel better." Regan, the Iceman, threw his fist. A subtle thought flashed through his mind. "What are you two doing? This is the White House. If people saw it, it would be a disgrace to me." Just as Iceman and Pyro were fighting, the door to the parlor was thrown open. When the White Queen saw the two entangled on the sofa, her eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. She coldly said, "Remember, you are representing the Hellfire Club now, so pay attention to your image." When the goddess spoke, Regan quickly released his hands from the chokehold and distanced himself from Pyro's, out of breath. "Miss Frost, we were just fooling around because we had waited too long and got a little bored." Regan scratched his head and explained awkwardly. "Yeah. I thought the inspection process wouldn't take long, but who knew we had to wait for the press conference to end? 2 hours have almost passed. How did your talk with Major General Superman go?" Pyro asked while giving Regan a wink. He hadn't forgotten the joke he made earlier. "Not much, just an exchange of ideas." The White Queen's beautiful eyes flashed, then she changed the subject. "Besides, Luke has been promoted to Lieutenant General, so you should be more careful with how you address him. Follow me. The Lieutenant General will meet you in the Red Room." Regan, the Iceman, walked ahead. He watched the graceful figure from behind and couldn't help wondering. "Miss Frost's dress, why does it look a little wrinkled?" Read 40+ advanced chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Also, there's a trial read of future novel available, exclusive for patrons. Comment. 27 comments. Vote. Chapter 198, Chapter 196 To be free and to be democratic. Regan, the Iceman, took the lead in entering the Red Room where the brownish-red oak table, which had been the scene of a fierce battle, had been cleaned up. The pens, ink bottles, and landlines were back in place. The documents that were scattered on the carpet were also neatly categorized and placed on the table. The windows with excellent views were open, mainly for air circulation and dissipating the strong smell of hormones. In short, unless you are a veteran player with a lot of experience and a keen sense of observation, it was impossible to realize that there had been a brutal slaughter involving hundreds of millions of elite soldiers. Sit down, please. Make yourself at home and try to relax. Luke sat behind the oak square table with his hands on the table. When speaking, his breath was steady, his tone light, and he didn't look like he had just finished any kind of workout. However, the White Queen's physique was slightly better than Melena's. In addition, the genetic enhancement of a mutant provided a bonus in endurance and flexibility. But for Superman, at most, it was just at the level of a warm-up. The legendary war hero turned out to be so young. Regan had a comparative mind, but after seeing the Lieutenant General Superman, it was like a pot of cold water splashed on his face, and the idea of defying the competition was instantly extinguished. The other party looked taller and stronger than in the newspaper photos, and his cold temperament was unmistakable. It gave people the strange feeling that this was a great man. By contrast, Regan, who was obviously a few years older, looked younger and immature instead. This was just the first meeting, he felt completely defeated. In his heart, the tiny violin sounded again as if snowflakes were falling on his shoulders. They are the younger generation of the club and mutants with abilities around the beta level. The White Queen stood in front of the table and briefly introduced them. Although Sebastian Shaw's racial theory is useless for the future development of mutants, but he did one thing well. It was to recruit club members according to their mutant ability level. Beta-level mutants like Regan and Pyro belonged to the type with limited growth and slightly insufficient potential. To become a chess piece of the Hellfire Club, you need at least an alpha-level ability. For example, the White Queen. Speaking of which, the alpha-level mutants in the Hellfire Club were almost all in Luke's hands. Azazel, Colossus, Riptid. Either they were thrown in jail, beaten to death, or strung up like crayfish. Few people survived. This also resulted in the Hellfire Club, currently excluding the White Queen, having no decent, reliable combat power. Emma mentioned the club's situation and that you have been following Sebastian Shaw for a while and may have broken some laws. Luke gently tapped his fingers on the table, his sharp eyes scanning over the originally spacious reception room, which had over 20 people suddenly coming in, no doubt felt a bit crowded. Iceman and Pyro were standing in front, surrounded by a group of young people no older than 27 or 28 years old. Many of them were dressed in the rebellious style of this era's hippies, with exaggerated hairstyles, colorful hair colors, earrings, nose rings, leather clothes, tattoos, metal chains, and so on. Dressed like this, not to mention being mutants, even a normal person walking outside would be discriminated against. People would fear and avoid them. Somewhat like a self-incurred burden. A collection of unorthodox people. It's techno-goth all over again. Luke's face was quiet. There was a trace of disgust in his eyes. How can you expect to be accepted by the outside world when you don't even do the basic PR image? But, you don't have to worry. Emma specifically raised this issue during the Liberty Island meeting. After some serious discussions, Shield decided to give up the right to pursue the matter as a goodwill gesture. Glancing at the calm White Queen, Luke threw the credit to the other party. The first thing he needed to do was to alleviate the people. Using authority and firmness indiscriminately wasn't recommended. Sure enough, some of them showed ease and gratitude. Even the Iceman subconsciously exhaled a sigh of relief. His tense shoulders couldn't help but relax. There was a threshold for recruiting members to the Hellfire Club, and those who weren't even chess pieces had to demonstrate their skills if they wanted to be recognized by Sebastian Shaw. Regan once froze a small sea area, creating an opportunity for other compatriots to plunder a British cargo ship. And Pyro was an arsonist who used fire alarms to burglarize homes. Most members of the Hellfire Club have had similar criminal experiences. They lacked support from their families and had no financial resources, so they had to rely on illegal ways to get money. Even today's arrogant and cold White Queen had a dark history of working in casinos as a sexy dealer, dealing cards, and cheating gamblers with money. In addition, I hope that we can put down our guard and form an initial foundation of trust to facilitate more in-depth cooperation in the future. Luke took out Constantine's signature skill. He couldn't help it. Constantine's ability to fool people was too good. To be honest, I have a certain degree of understanding about mutants. The fact that you have been excluded, discriminated against, and even bullied, oppressed in the past is indeed irrefutable. He paused for a moment, sweeping past the young faces, and continued, but that's why it's important to fight for an equal and free voice actively. A better future, a happier life, a brighter future, should not depend on the charity of humankind. Because the power obtained in this way is nothing but a kind of political correctness, a kind of hidden discrimination. The White Queen was convinced that her partnership with Luke was more than just greed for the other's body and skills. They share similar views and opinions about the future of mutants and their plans. Therefore, it didn't matter if there was no emotional foundation. Their respective interests weren't in conflict, and they could complement each other well, which was the key. Of course, the physical strength and skills that the Lieutenant General possessed also fell into the category of additional bonuses. Lieutenant General Cavill, about that. What do you think we should do to fight for our rights? Protest? A march? Or should we form a union, choose our representatives, and negotiate with the government? Pyro was the first to ask. He himself was a sarcastic person, habitually causing embarrassment and annoyance to others. Changing your image should be the first step. Luke replied flatly as if he was responding to a press interview. I can understand that young people like to use exaggerated clothes and shocking language to show that they are different from others. However, the ignorance of opposing the mainstream and doing something unconventional or unorthodox will only arouse public resentment, wouldn't help with the emergence of mutants on the world stage. Pyro was stunned. He didn't think that the first thing he needed to do was comb his hair to look like an adult and put on a proper suit. This is the trend. Lieutenant General. Suppose people have a bad opinion about me because of what I wear. In that case, I can only say that unfortunately, they aren't free enough, not democratic enough, and have no understanding of the greatness of this country at all. Pyro's rhetoric was just like that of some intellectuals on the future generation's internet, who talk about freedom and democracy. The fragrance of freedom and democracy was in the air they breathed. Freedom, democracy, tell me by the way, I don't know your name yet. Luke raised an eyebrow and interlocked his fingers, intending to give this guy a lesson in the toxic beatings of society. Drake, everyone calls me Pyro. Drake himself didn't even realize a big danger sign on top of his head, still immersed in the proud mood. "Oh, Drake, let me tell you about freedom and democracy." Luke releases the bioforce field and enables 30% of its power. The air seemed to freeze suddenly, and the invisible pressure spread all over the room, making people feel stifled. Drake, in particular, took the brunt of the impact and was hit the hardest. The freckled face turned red, and a heaving sound came out of his throat, but he couldn't say anything. "See, Drake, this is the freedom and democracy you want. You can speak freely, but I also have the right to choke your throat. And even further, break your neck." Luke got up slowly, his tall body like a lofty mountain, full of unspeakable power. "Now, do you still need them?" Binge. Read next 40+ chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 36 comments. Vote. Chapter 199. Chapter 197. Debut as a celebrity and create an international superstar. A few minutes later. These are the points I want to make. Who is for it, who is against it? Luke had his hands on the table and a calm smile on the corners of his mouth. In the Red Room parlor, there was silence, and no one made a sound. After Drake's previous experience, no one wanted to be the first to stand up, and it was extremely foolish to come forward and express an opposing view. Regan, the Iceman, glanced sympathetically at Drake, who remained silent and had a dull look on his face. Deep in his heart, a big tragic word emerged. As an activist who liked to gain attention and make his presence known. Although Drake was a playful person, he was always concerned about his face and dignity. This kind of seemingly illusory thing may be more important to him than life. Unfortunately, all those cherished things were destroyed by Superman just now. Drake couldn't bear the heavy pressure exerted by the bioforce field. He thought he was a vigorous young man but felt difficulty breathing, which caused various physical discomforts. After a few seconds, his legs started to get weak. He couldn't hold up and fell to his knees on the floor. As Luke didn't make any aggressive moves, all this from an outsider's point of view was probably Superman releasing a strong aura. The timid Drake couldn't resist, his mind was shaken, and he bowed to it. Poor guy. Regan figured that in the future, the Hellfire Club would begin to gossip about the humiliating story of Pyro being scared to death and falling to his knees. In a way, this was already a social death within the mutant community. Since everyone agrees with my opinion, then sort out your image as soon as possible and prepare to attend the Peace Summit in Paris. Luke nodded his head quite satisfactorily. The young people of the Hellfire Club still knew how to listen to advice and learn from lessons. When they walked out of the parlor one after another, the White Queen finally dropped her cold pretense. With her legs crossed, she leaned back on the sofa in a rather provocative position. Luke didn't look away. After a workout and 2 tumbling events, he was already at peace with himself. "I thought you would create a personable and approachable image that would better draw the club members together." Emma lifted her head, her shoulder-length blonde hair streaming down. Luke, sitting in his seat, shook his head. He wasn't Sebastian Shaw, bent on being a mutant leader. "Of course, you should be the good guy." The Lieutenant General smiled strangely and added, "I should play the role of a cold and ruthless villain with a tough attitude. The more I do, the more members of the club will recognize you and move closer to you. At this moment, they may be thinking that you are fighting for the rights of your fellow compatriots and bending over backward to submit to my coercion." Luke's tone was loaded with meaning, and his super listening skills had already caught the conversation between Iceman and Pyro. He could only say that most people had a colorful imagination in perverted stories. Is that why I'm the approachable leader? The White Queen's eyes flashed, seeming to agree with this statement. However, she felt that Luke's words had something in them, as if there was another meaning. The last sentence obviously carried other meanings. Changing their image is the first step, but what happens after that? The White Queen didn't think too deeply about it and moved on to the next topic. She didn't know that rumors about her had been spreading in the club. Most of the stories were from the 18+ series, covering keywords such as humiliation, forced and abuse. Of course, making them into celebrities. Luke spoke solemnly. Celebrities. A series of questions popped up in the White Queen's head. If we want to eliminate prejudice and change public opinion, we have to make the public accept the good image of mutants first. Luke spoke eloquently and seemed to be getting an idea. A celebrity is a person who is worshipped and sought after. Most of the club members are young people. You can pick a few that have good appearances. For example, Iceman and Pyro are very suitable. The duo could be called Iceman and Fireboy or the Hellfire Duo, and so on, cooperate with the federal government as superheroes. For example, the simplest arrangement would be for Regan to work with the New York Fire Department to put out several fires, and for newspapers and reporters to focus on publicity and steering public opinion in the right direction. Trust me, Emma. At that time, young people in New York would change their minds and think that mutants are cool and worthy of being sought after. Luke thought clearly. He was ready to learn the methods of a certain parallel world. Make use of the special status of S.H.I.E.L.D. as a link between the government and the superheroes. The mutant, a seemingly restless time bomb, will be recruited as a spin-off brand to develop value. Are you sure this would work? The White Queen's tone seemed hesitant, and a bit overwhelmed. After all, at this point in time, Elvis Presley hadn't even made his debut yet, leading rock and roll and becoming a pioneering figure. And the latter, Bob Dylan, should be playing house with a runny nose in Minnesota. It was hard for people nowadays to imagine the amusing ourselves to death National Idol and fan circle economy that would take place in the future would become a real thing. There won't be any problem. It just takes time. Building a good and positive public image is a long process. Luke was quite sure that if superheroes were considered pop culture, mutants could become a branch product of this huge label. When the internet era comes, give them each a personal blog and attract a group of loyal fans. S.H.I.E.L.D. has become the largest entertainment brokerage company in the world, specializing in training superheroes, developing the things surrounding their brand, and selling products. It was even possible to sign a contract with the federal government. They would be assigned to a city each and be the face of that city. As we all know, most superheroes in the Marvel world are always concentrated in New York, which is detrimental to the development of businesses in other cities. Like the studio next door, every hero had their territory. Batman stayed in Gotham, Superman belongs to Metropolis. The Flash was the hero of Midtown, and the Green Lantern had to protect the cosmic sector and Coast City. The public always follows popular opinion. When the government exhibits vigilance against mutants and the upper class displays rejection of mutants, it's only natural that the lower class would follow the trend. Luke stood up, looked out at the lawn outside the window, and smiled. To change this, we only need to reduce our threat, let them relax their vigilance, and accept mutants into society for a while. The White Queen stretched out her finger and tapped her red lips. Then, nodding, she said, "Then do as you wish." Binge. Read next 40+ chapters by becoming a patron. Also, visit my profile for a surprise. Comment. 29 comments. Vote. Chapter 200, Chapter 198. We're best friends, why would I lie to you? How was the talk? Howard, who was about to leave the luncheon, saw Luke slip in at some point. Not bad. The mutants of the Hellfire Club are very good at listening to opinions. We had a friendly exchange. It can be said that both sides enjoyed themselves, and both sides were quite satisfied. The Lieutenant General was talking nonsense with a serious face. By the way, are you ready? I'm going to the President's family dinner, so I can't lose the momentum. Howard held his head high, stroked his mustache, and puffed out his chest. Go out and ask around. Who doesn't know the reputation of Howard Stark, the prodigal son, the romantic tycoon, dating expert, heartbreaker, and the dream man of all of New York's women. When dealing with women, as long as I'm there, I'm sure I'll get 9 out of 10 and never miss. Luke couldn't help feeling relieved when he saw Iron Man's father was full of confidence and remembered his son's impressive record. Howard, after all, was also a master of living among thousands of beauties. Picking up hot women was his specialized skill, not inferior to scientific research and business mind. Wait, Luke, you said you would take me to that place. To experience a new feeling, to find the excitement in life. It's not a lie, right? Howard, who thought he would need to pay a certain price, hooked the other party's shoulder and lowered his voice like a novice player waiting to hit the road in the red light district. We're best friends, why would I lie to you? Luke waved his hand. He did agree to some not to be uttered conditions in exchange for Howard's help. You can also go out and ask around. Who does not know Superman, the female warlock pile driver? I'm not going to lie to you. My ancestors were actually demon hunters. My grandfather's name is Geralt, nicknamed White Wolf Butcher of Blaviken, and always had a good relationship with those sultry, flirtatious female warlocks. And I do have some stories with a few people. This time, Luke decided to take out the rumors in the community about himself as background. Bullshit. You. By the way, what's Blaviken? Howard got the reply but couldn't help the flash in his eyes, showing an eager look. As a scientist with an inquisitive spirit, he simply wanted to meet those ladies in robes and hot, passionate warlocks. It would be great if they could also exchange insights on life and explore biology. Blaviken, you don't need to know. Anyway, when the time comes, your satisfaction is guaranteed. I would never lie to my friends. Luke looked upright and swore, patting his chest and assuring. As he said earlier, most of the time, men are controlled by their lower bodies. Even geniuses like Howard could hardly think normally when they were reduced to a pervert. Just think about it a little bit, none of those rumors had credibility. What female warlock pile driver? What sexy demon temptation? All just unscrupulous advertising for those booksellers, selling identical stories. Luke, you are the envy of the world, you have such a legendary ancestor. Howard was very interested in the story of Geralt, the White Wolf, especially the romantic love with Yennefer, Triss, and all kinds of female demons, succubus, and female centaurs. Lust is terrible, turning a world-class genius into a weak-minded man. Luke glanced at Howard, who believed him deeply and shook his head. Even Iron Man's father couldn't resist the warmth of snow-white breasts. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lieutenant General Cavill, welcome. You didn't need to bring any gifts. Across Pennsylvania Avenue at Blair House, the president opened the door with a smile on his face. He accepted the high-quality red wine tied with a bow and invited the other party to enter. "Ha! Stark, why are you here?" However, seeing Howard behind Luke, the president's smile froze, and a subconscious look of disgust came over him. This was a family dinner, a very special occasion. Their relationship wasn't close enough to even qualify him as someone who could enter the door. The president invited Luke for the purpose of drawing affection and selling his daughter. And Howard, what was this guy doing at the door? "Ha ha ha, Mr. President, Luke and I were busy with work, so we were delayed." Howard said, "I heard earlier that the president's wife's Texas T-bone steak was one of the best in the world, so I thought I'd take the opportunity to try it." "Taste my foot. You have money, why don't you go to a fancy restaurant?" Even though the president wanted to curse, he couldn't outwardly show it. "Welcome to, the T-bone steak is indeed Bess's specialty." His tone was slightly stiff and did not sound sincere. Howard didn't care about the details and went down the steps. He followed Luke through the foyer and sat down on the sofa in the living room. "Is this Lieutenant General Cavill? He's so young and talented. Why is there another one? Harry, didn't you say you only invited one guest?" The president's wife was busy in the kitchen, but she came out wearing an apron after hearing the noise. Her reaction was similar to that of her husband. The first time she saw Luke, her heart was full of joy. But then glance at Howard, who was wearing a suit and had meticulously combed hair. The smile on her face instantly disappeared. This is Howard Stark, a famous scientist, a successful entrepreneur, and a world-class genius. The president barely managed to squeeze out a normal expression as he introduced the obnoxious guy who had dropped by for dinner. "Oh. It turned out to be Mr. Stark. How rude of me." The president's wife looked at Howard and felt a bit of pity. Apart from being a little older, this mustached gentleman was otherwise quite good. However, it depended on who the reference was. When the young lieutenant general, sitting straight without slanting his eyes, stood next to Howard, his charm fell off a cliff. "I'll call Mary to come out." The president's wife exchanged pleasantries and called her daughter, who was staying in her room, into the living room. To be fair, the president's daughter was also a young girl with an elegant appearance and outstanding temperament. It was said that she loved mystery and also tried to create her own stories, and publishers repeatedly favored her manuscripts. "It's your turn." Luke bumped Howard with his shoulder, and after greeting the young girl named Mary, he asked, "Mr. President, I had a discussion with the mutants from the Hellfire Club today, and there are some things I need to report." The president, who was not in a very happy mood, was slightly stunned. He had intended to leave time for Luke and his daughter to create some private space for the two of them. "Lieutenant General Cavill, I never bring my work home." He smiled and refused. "It's very important news, related to the Soviet Union," Luke emphasized. The president was shocked when he heard this. The foreshadowing of the Cold War had already appeared. The rise of the Red Bear couldn't be ignored. Let's go to the study and discuss it in detail." The president looked solemn and nodded. Luke, who achieved his goal, winked at Howard. The latter got the message. It's time to show some true skills.